The ocean has always been a place of mystery, a vast and unpredictable realm where ships disappear, strange creatures lurk in the deep, and islands appear and vanish without a trace. Some of these mysteries can be explained by science. Others defy all logic, challenging what we think we know about the world. And then there are the mysteries that should not exist. Tonight we begin our journey with one of the most baffling, an island that was seen, mapped, and documented for over 400 years, until one day it was gone, not just missing, erased. This is the story of Bermuda Island, a place that forces us to ask a chilling question: how can something be real for centuries, only to vanish as if it was never there? The phantom island that was once real. Bermuda Island was first recorded in 1539, appearing in Spanish navigational charts as a small rocky landmass in the Gulf of Mexico, located northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula. For centuries it was accepted as real, appearing in countless maps, government records, and nautical charts used by explorers and sailors alike. Even as late as 1857, official Mexican government maps marked Bermuda as an important landmark, one that helped define maritime boundaries in the Gulf. This wasn't an obscure or hidden place. It was referenced hundreds of times by multiple sources across centuries. And then, something strange happened. In the late 20th century, when modern technology allowed for precise satellite imaging, researchers attempted to confirm Bermuda's exact location. They sent planes. They sent ships, they scanned the ocean floor with sonar, and they found nothing. Not even a trace of an island. No landmass, no remnants of a sunken island, no explanation. It was simply gone. The island had been real for over 400 years, until suddenly it wasn't. How? And more importantly, why? The search for Bermuda, a high-stakes investigation. At first, people believed Bermuda's disappearance was just a mistake, a relic of old maps that had been copied and recopied over time. But then in 1997, Mexico launched an official investigation to locate Bermuda, and the reason had nothing to do with curiosity. It was about money. You see, the ocean isn't just water. The waters around Bermuda contained valuable oil reserves, and if the island existed, Mexico could claim a massive portion of the Gulf. But if Bermuda did not exist, then those waters would belong to the United States. This was no longer a small historical mystery. This was an issue of national sovereignty, a battle over oil rights worth billions of dollars. So in 1998, the Mexican government sent official teams to find Bermuda once and for all. Using the most advanced satellite imaging, radar scans, and underwater mapping technologies, they searched the coordinates where Bermuda should have been. And still, they found nothing. No land, no wreckage, no geological formations, nothing. It was as if the island had never existed, and yet it had been documented for centuries. By 2009, Mexico launched yet another expedition, this time with even greater urgency. The disappearance of Bermuda meant that the US could claim a huge part of the Hoyos de Dona oil fields, one of the richest untapped reserves in the Gulf. Mexican researchers scoured the ocean floor, but once again, Bermuda was nowhere to be found. A 400-year-old island had simply vanished from the earth. The question was no longer where is Bermuda. The real question was it ever real? And if it was, who made it disappear? Theories behind Bermuda's disappearance. Over the years, multiple theories have emerged, each more unsettling than the last. Theory 1, a simple mapping error. The most scientific explanation is that Bermuda was never real to begin with. It's possible that early explorers made a mistake, misidentifying a temporary sandbank, a mirage, or even a miscalculated coordinate. Maps in the 1500s weren't perfect, and small errors could be copied across generations, making them seem more real than they actually were. But there's a problem with this theory. Why did so many different navigators report seeing Bermuda over the years? Why did it appear in official records, maps, and government documents for centuries? Even 20th century maps included Bermuda long after satellite imaging became available. Could hundreds of navigators and cartographers have all been wrong? Or is there something deeper at play? Theory 2, a natural disappearance. Could Bermuda have sunk into the ocean? Some believe that erosion, sea level rise, or seismic activity could have caused the island to submerge over time. While this might explain some disappearing islands, Bermuda was located in an area with no volcanic activity, no sudden shifts, and no signs of submerged land beneath it. If the island had sunk, there should be some evidence left behind, underwater ridges, coral formations, or even the remnants of land structures. But every search for Bermuda has turned up nothing, not even a trace. Theory 3. The island was erased. This is where the mystery takes a darker turn. Some believe Bermuda did exist, but was deliberately destroyed, wiped off the map for political and economic reasons. One theory suggests that the island was secretly bombed, possibly by the CIA or another intelligence agency, to ensure that Mexico couldn't claim oil-rich waters. Another theory suggests that Bermuda never actually existed, but was deliberately placed on maps to mislead rival nations, only to be removed later once its deception was no longer useful. And then there's the most unsettling theory of all. What if Bermuda still exists, but we're not meant to find it? A mystery that still haunts the ocean. To this day, no official explanation has been given for Bermuda's disappearance. It remains a phantom island, an unsettling reminder that even the maps we trust can lie to us. If Bermuda was a mistake, why did it persist for so long? If it was real, how did it disappear so completely? And if it was erased, who had the power to do it? The answers remain hidden beneath the waves, waiting. And perhaps we were never meant to know the truth. Part 2. The haunting mystery of the SS Orang Medan. The ocean is a realm of secrets. Beneath its waves, entire ships vanish without a trace, their crews lost to history, their fates unknown. But sometimes, ships do not disappear. Instead, they are found, adrift, abandoned, and carrying with them a mystery so unsettling that it defies explanation. One such case is that of the SS Orang Medan, a ghost ship whose crew met an inexplicable and horrifying fate. A ship that was discovered with every soul aboard dead, their faces frozen in terror, their bodies untouched by violence, their final moments a complete mystery. A ship whose distress call still sends shivers down the spines of those who hear it. This is the story of the SS Orang Medan, one of the strangest and most terrifying maritime mysteries ever recorded. A ghostly distress call. The story of the SS Orang Medan begins in 1948 in the Straits of Malacca, one of the busiest and most treacherous maritime routes in the world. On a calm day, ships moving through the region picked up a distress signal unlike any other. The message was short, but chilling. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. Then, after a long silence, one final transmission came through: "I die." Then nothing. For hours, there was no further communication. The ship sending the message, the SS Orang Medan, did not respond to hails. No one knew what had happened aboard, but the words of the transmission sent a wave of unease through the region. A rescue operation was quickly launched. A nearby vessel, the Silver Star, responded to the distress call and set course for the Orang Medan's last known location. What they found defied all logic. The discovery, a crew frozen in terror. When the Silver Star reached the Orang Medan, the sight before them was eerie and unnatural. The ship drifted aimlessly, its hull intact, showing no signs of struggle, fire, or damage. The boarding crew from the Silver Star climbed onto the ship and called out, but there was no response. Then they stepped onto the deck, and everything changed. Everywhere they looked, they found bodies. The entire crew of the Orang Medan was dead, their bodies scattered across the ship. Some were found sprawled on the decks, others inside the bridge and chart room, their faces frozen in expressions of pure terror. The captain lay lifeless on the bridge, his hands still gripping the wheel, his dead eyes staring at something unseen. The radio operator, who had sent the distress call, was slumped over the transmitter, his fingers stiff and unmoving. Even the ship's dog was dead, its mouth frozen in a silent snarl. The most chilling detail: there were no visible wounds, not a single drop of blood was found on the ship. There were no signs of struggle, no indication of violence, poisoning, or disease, just death. The crew appeared to have died in extreme fear, their hands outstretched as if trying to fight off something unseen. The Silver Star's crew, unnerved by the sight, decided to tow the Orang Medan back to port for investigation, but they never got the chance. The sudden explosion, as the Silver Star prepared to tow the abandoned ship, crew members noticed something strange, a sudden chill in the air, an almost unnatural coldness that seemed to radiate from the Orang Medan's hull. Then, without warning, the Orang Medan exploded. A sudden violent blast ripped through the ship, sending debris into the air and forcing the rescuers to retreat. The explosion was so powerful that it split the ship in half, causing it to sink into the depths of the ocean within minutes. Just like that, the Orang Medan was gone, and with it, any chance of discovering what had happened aboard. Theories. What killed the crew of the Orang Medan? In the decades since the Orang Medan's disappearance, many theories have been proposed to explain the horrifying fate of its crew, but none provide a complete answer. 1. Poisonous gas leak. One of the most common explanations is that the ship was carrying a hazardous chemical cargo, possibly cyanide, sulfuric acid, or even nerve gas. If a leak occurred, the fumes could have spread throughout the ship, poisoning the crew before they even realized what was happening. This could explain the lack of physical injuries and the crew's horrified expressions, as gas poisoning can cause muscle paralysis, preventing victims from escaping or reacting rationally. But this theory has one major flaw. Why didn't the Silver Star's crew suffer any ill effects when they boarded the ship? If a toxic gas leak had killed the crew, it should have still been present when rescuers arrived. Yet, no reports mention any symptoms among those who investigated the ship. 2. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Another theory suggests that a malfunction in the Orang Medan's boiler system released large amounts of carbon monoxide, causing the crew to suffocate. While this could explain their deaths, it does not explain the frozen expressions of terror on their faces. Carbon monoxide poisoning causes drowsiness and unconsciousness, not fear or agony. Something else, something far more terrifying, must have caused their final moments. 3. Paranormal or supernatural causes. Some believe that the Orang Medan encountered something unnatural, a force beyond human comprehension. Ghost ships are not uncommon in maritime history. Stories of spectral vessels and unexplained deaths have circulated among sailors for centuries. Could the Orang Medan encounter stumbled upon something it was never meant to see? One theory suggests that the ship may have entered a zone of electromagnetic disturbance, similar to the Bermuda Triangle. This could have caused hallucinations, intense fear, or even cardiac arrest in the crew. Others believe that the ship might have been haunted or cursed, carrying a presence that wiped out everyone aboard. While these ideas are chilling, they remain speculation, whispers of the unknown passed down through generations, a mystery without answers. The SS Orang Medan was lost to the sea, taking its terrifying secret with it. No official records of the ship exist, and its very origins remain shrouded in uncertainty. No logs, no confirmed manifests, no survivors, only a single chilling transmission. I die. What really happened aboard the Orang Medan? Was it a freak accident, a forgotten wartime experiment, or something far beyond human understanding? We may never know, because the ocean keeps its secrets well, and some stories are meant to remain unanswered. Part 3. The unexplained disappearance of Flight 19. The ocean is not just a graveyard for ships, it has swallowed planes as well, leaving behind only questions, theories, and a haunting silence that stretches across the waves. One of the most chilling aviation mysteries in history is the disappearance of Flight 19, a squadron of 5 torpedo bombers that took off from Florida in 1945, only to vanish without a trace over the Bermuda Triangle. No wreckage was found, no distress signals provided answers. Even the rescue plane sent to find them also disappeared. What happened to Flight 19? And why does the Bermuda Triangle remain one of the most notorious regions for unexplained disappearances? This is the story of Flight 19, an unsolved mystery that continues to haunt the skies and the seas. The last flight. It was December 5, 1945, a routine training mission for the 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers of Flight 19. The pilots, all highly trained U.S. Navy airmen, took off from Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale, Florida, under the command of Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor. The weather was clear, the mission was simple: fly east, perform practice bombing runs, then return to base. The flight was expected to last only a few hours, but something went horribly wrong. There were radio transmissions. At 2:10 p.m., the first sign of trouble appeared when Lieutenant Taylor radioed base with a concerning message. "We seem to be off course. We cannot see land. Repeat." We cannot see land. The radio operator asked for their coordinates, but Taylor's response made little sense. We don't know where we are. We must have gotten lost after the last turn. The base operators were confused. Flight 19 was flying in familiar, well-charted waters. Their aircraft were fully operational, and the sky was clear. Then came another transmission. Everything looks wrong. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should. It was a strange statement. What did he mean? How could the ocean look wrong? At 3:30 p.m., the radio signals became more desperate. We are completely lost. We don't know how to get back. It looks like we are entering white water. Nothing seems right. White water, was it a storm, or something else entirely? Then the final chilling message from Flight 19. We are not certain of our position. We can't be sure where we are. Everything is strange. We are disappearing. And then silence. Flight 19 was never heard from again. The rescue that also vanished. As soon as Flight 19 went dark, the Navy scrambled a search and rescue mission. A PBM Mariner seaplane, carrying 13 crew members, took off in an attempt to locate the missing aircraft. It also disappeared. No wreckage, no signals, nothing. A total of 6 aircraft and 27 men had now vanished within hours. The rescue operation intensified. Over the next 5 days, hundreds of ships and planes searched the 250,000 square miles of the Atlantic Ocean surrounding Flight 19's last known location. Not a single piece of debris was found. How could 5 planes and a rescue mission vanish without a trace? Theories. What happened to Flight 19? The disappearance of Flight 19 remains one of the most famous unsolved mysteries in aviation history. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged. 1. Disorientation and pilot error. One of the most widely accepted theories is that Lieutenant Taylor became disoriented and led his squadron in the wrong direction. Flight the 19th of May have ended up flying further out to sea instead of turning back toward Florida. If so, the planes ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. But this explanation has problems. Why did all 5 aircraft vanish with no wreckage ever found? Why did the rescue plane also disappear moments later? And what did Taylor mean when he said the ocean looked wrong? 2. Electromagnetic disturbances and compass failures. Many reports from aircraft and ships within the Bermuda Triangle describe sudden compass malfunctions and strange electrical disturbances. In his final transmissions, Taylor reported that his compass was not working. Could the planes have flown into an area of electromagnetic interference, affecting their instruments and leading them into the unknown? Some researchers believe the Bermuda Triangle may be home to natural magnetic anomalies, capable of disrupting navigational equipment. But if that were the case, why were no remains ever found? 3. An unexplained natural phenomenon. A more recent theory suggests that Flight the 19th of May have encountered a rare natural phenomenon. Methane hydrate eruptions from the ocean floor. Methane gas deposits beneath the seabed occasionally burst to the surface, creating large pockets of air that could cause planes to lose lift and crash instantly. Additionally, such an event could also sink ships almost immediately, explaining why no debris from Flight 19 or the rescue mission was ever found. But this theory is speculative. No one has ever directly observed a methane eruption affecting an aircraft. 4. A dimensional rift. One of the strangest theories suggests that Flight the 19th of May have entered a time or dimensional rift. Pilots reported that the ocean looked wrong. They described entering white water, where nothing seemed real. Some believers speculate that the Bermuda Triangle contains portals or time warps, pulling ships and planes into another reality or timeline. While this idea may sound like science fiction, it aligns with many unexplained disappearances in the region. Could Flight 19 have slipped through a rift in space-time, never to return? The ocean keeps its secrets. Despite countless investigations, Flight 19 has never been found. The Bermuda Triangle remains one of the most infamous and mysterious locations on Earth, where dozens of ships and planes have vanished without a trace. Did Flight 19 simply crash into the ocean, or did it encounter something far more mysterious? For now, the ocean keeps its secrets, and Flight 19 remains one of the greatest unsolved disappearances in history. Part 4. The Mariana Trench and the deepest unexplained sounds. The ocean is vast and largely unexplored, a realm of crushing pressures and endless darkness where only the hardiest forms of life can survive. But what happens when the depths whisper back? For decades, scientists have recorded eerie, unexplained sounds rising from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, particularly in the region of the Mariana Trench, the deepest place on Earth. Some of these sounds resemble natural seismic activity, others appear biological, but a handful defy all known explanations. The strange acoustics of the trench suggest something is lurking in its unfathomable darkness, something vast, unseen, and waiting. The Mariana Trench is a geological scar in the Earth's crust, stretching for over 1,500 miles and plunging nearly 7 miles into the abyss. At its lowest point, the Challenger Deep, the pressure is over 1,000 times that of the surface. It is a world so hostile that humans have only visited it a handful of times, and yet the abyss is not silent. In 2014, marine researchers deployed hydrophones into the depths of the trench, expecting to hear the faint groans of shifting tectonic plates, the occasional deep-sea earthquake, or the distant calls of whales. What they recorded was something entirely unexpected. The most infamous of these recordings has been named the Western Pacific Biotwang. The sound begins as a deep, low moan, almost mechanical in nature, before rising into a sharp metallic screech that seems unnatural, as if something impossibly large was signaling from below. The frequency and structure of the sound are unlike anything produced by known marine life. Blue whales, the largest creatures on Earth, create deep, resonant calls, but nothing in their vocal range matches the biotwang's bizarre, metallic crescendo. Scientists theorized that it could be some unknown species of whale, but that would mean a species of Leviathan proportions has managed to evade detection for centuries, something unlikely but not impossible in the vastness of the deep. The biotwang is only one of many unexplained sounds that have emanated from the depths. Another mysterious recording, known as the Bloop, was captured in 1997 by the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. The Bloop was an ultra-low frequency sound, so powerful it was detected by hydrophones over 3,000 miles apart. Unlike the biotwang, which had an unnatural metallic quality, the Bloop sounded organic, as if something massive was moving through the abyss. When analyzed, the audio signature of the Bloop resembled that of biological calls, but there was one problem: no known creature could produce a sound of that magnitude. The largest animal alive, the blue whale, does not possess the lung capacity to create such a deafening underwater signal. The only possible explanation was that the sound had been made by something even larger, something deep within the ocean trenches that had never surfaced. While many have dismissed the Bloop as the sound of icebergs cracking and shifting, its similarity to biological noise keeps the mystery alive. What if the sound was not an anomaly, but evidence of an undiscovered deep-sea leviathan? The ocean's unexplored regions are home to creatures that defy logic. The colossal squid, unknown until relatively recently, is a massive predator lurking in the twilight zones of the sea. What else could be lurking in the eternal blackness of the Mariana Trench? The mystery deepens with another recording, Julia. Captured in 1999, the sound was named for its eerie, distant wail, which lasted for nearly 2 minutes. Unlike the Bloop, Julia had a haunting, almost sorrowful quality, reverberating through the deep. It sounded distant yet impossibly vast, and to this day, scientists struggle to classify it. Some argue that it was the sound of an iceberg running aground, but others believe it was something alive, something massive and unseen, moving through the darkest parts of the ocean. What could be large enough to produce a sound so penetrating that it could be detected across the Pacific? There is an unsettling theory that the deepest parts of the ocean are home to more than just abyssal fish and formless invertebrates. Legends of sea serpents, krakens, and ancient leviathans have persisted across cultures for centuries, long before humanity ever had the technology to listen to the abyss. Could these stories have been based on something real? If the Bloop was a biological noise, what kind of entity would need lungs large enough to produce it? The Mariana Trench is so deep that it remains largely unexplored. Our most advanced submersibles have only scratched the surface of what lies below. It is a place where light does not exist, where entire ecosystems thrive in complete darkness, where creatures feed on hydrothermal vents that spew superheated water and toxic chemicals. What else could survive in such an environment? Adding to the mystery, some researchers have speculated that the deep ocean might be home to forms of life that evolved separately from the rest of the planet. The intense pressures, lack of sunlight, and extreme temperatures create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. Could something truly alien exist in these depths, something that does not rely on sunlight or photosynthesis, but rather survives through means we do not yet understand? For now, the mystery of the Mariana Trench's strange sounds remains unsolved. Whether they are geological phenomena, undiscovered marine life, or something beyond our understanding, they serve as a reminder of how little we know about the world beneath the waves. Every new recording, every unexplained noise, is a whisper from the deep, hinting at secrets that humanity has yet to uncover. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and perhaps some mysteries are never meant to be solved. Part 5. The Sunken City of Dwarka. India's lost Atlantis beneath the waves. Civilizations lie forgotten, their histories buried beneath centuries of sediment and coral. While many of these sunken cities are well documented, some remain shrouded in mystery, hinting at a past that challenges our understanding of ancient history. One of the most enigmatic of these is the sunken city of Dwarka, an underwater metropolis off the coast of India that has been described as India's lost Atlantis. For centuries, Dwarka was thought to be nothing more than a legend, an ancient city described in Hindu scriptures, said to have been the kingdom of Lord Krishna, one of the most revered deities in Hindu mythology. According to the texts, Dwarka was an opulent and magnificent city, adorned with towering golden palaces, sprawling streets, and a harbor bustling with ships from across the ancient world. But the city did not last. The stories say that after the death of Krishna, Dwarka was swallowed by the sea, disappearing without a trace. For thousands of years, this tale was considered purely mythological, until modern discoveries changed everything. In 1983, marine archaeologists began an expedition off the coast of Gujarat, India, in the Gulf of Cambodge, searching for remnants of ancient structures. What they found was astonishing. Beneath the waves, at depths of 40 meters, they discovered massive stone formations, temple structures, walls, and even remnants of roads, all covered in centuries of coral and marine growth. The architectural features suggested that the ruins were once part of a thriving city, eerily matching the descriptions of Krishna's Dwarka from ancient texts. The significance of the discovery was enormous. If these ruins were truly the remnants of Dwarka, it would mean that an advanced civilization existed over 9,000 years ago, predating even the earliest known urban settlements like Mesopotamia's Sumerian cities. The implications were staggering. Could it be possible that Dwarka was one of the oldest lost cities in the world? And if so, what caused it to sink beneath the waves? Some researchers believe that Dwarka's submersion was caused by rising sea levels and seismic activity, which could have triggered a catastrophic event that sent the city into the ocean. Evidence of tectonic activity in the region supports this theory, as shifts in the Earth's crust over thousands of years may have gradually submerged the city. Others suggest that a massive flood, similar to those described in ancient texts across various cultures, may have led to the city's downfall. One of the most intriguing aspects of Dwarka's discovery is the artifacts found within the ruins. Archaeologists have uncovered pottery, tools, and even fossilized remains that suggest a civilization flourished here thousands of years ago. Advanced carbon dating techniques on some of the materials suggest they are at least 9,500 years old, placing Dwarka among the oldest known settlements on Earth. These findings challenge conventional historical timelines, as historians have long believed that advanced civilizations did not exist so far back in history. However, despite the compelling evidence, skeptics remain. Some argue that the ruins found underwater may not be Krishna's Dwarka, but rather another ancient settlement lost to time. Without definitive proof linking the ruins to the legendary city, the debate continues. Yet, the similarities between the descriptions in ancient texts and the archaeological discoveries cannot be ignored. If this is truly Dwarka, then it raises an even greater question: how much of what we consider myth could actually be history? The sunken city of Dwarka remains one of the greatest underwater mysteries of all time. Whether it was the Grand Kingdom of Krishna or another lost civilization, the fact remains that an ancient metropolis once stood where now only fish swim among its ruins. The waters of the Gulf of Cambodge hold their secrets tightly, but as technology advances, perhaps one day we will finally uncover the truth about India's lost Atlantis. Until then, the city sleeps beneath the waves, waiting to tell its story to those who dare to search for it. Part 6. The Ghost Ship Mary Celeste. A crew that vanished without a trace. Of all the mysteries the ocean holds, few are as perplexing as the story of the Mary Celeste. A ship found abandoned in the middle of the Atlantic, its crew having vanished into thin air. There were no signs of struggle, no distress signals, and no logical reason for its sudden abandonment. It remains one of the greatest maritime enigmas of all time. The Mary Celeste set sail on November 7, 1872, from New York Harbor, bound for Genoa, Italy. It was a sturdy, seaworthy brigantine, carrying a cargo of 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol, meant for commercial use. The ship was captained by Benjamin Briggs, an experienced and respected sailor. Alongside him were his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and a crew of 7 men, all handpicked for their skill and reliability. There was no indication of anything amiss when the ship departed, but a month later, it would be found drifting 400 miles east of the Azores, completely abandoned. On December 5, 1872, the British ship Dei Gratia spotted the Mary Celeste in the open sea. At first, everything seemed normal. The ship was intact, its sails partially unfurled, its flag still waving in the wind. But when the Dei Gratia's crew boarded the vessel, they discovered something deeply unsettling. Not a single soul was aboard. There were no signs of violence. The ship's logbook was up to date, with its last entry recorded 9 days prior, on November 25, noting calm seas and normal conditions. The crew's belongings were still in their quarters, the cargo was untouched, and the food supplies were plentiful. Even the ship's single lifeboat was missing, suggesting that the crew had left voluntarily. But why? There was no indication of immediate danger that would warrant abandoning a perfectly seaworthy vessel. It was as if they had simply stepped off the ship and vanished into the ocean. Many theories have emerged over the years, each attempting to explain why a capable captain, his family, and his crew would abandon their ship without a fight. One of the earliest theories was piracy, but this was quickly ruled out. The ship's valuable cargo and personal belongings were left untouched, and there were no signs of a struggle. If pirates had attacked, there would have been violence, looting, or at the very least, some indication of foul play. Another theory suggests that alcohol fumes from the cargo hold may have played a role. The Mary Celeste was carrying industrial alcohol, which is highly volatile. Some speculate that fumes may have leaked, creating a fear of imminent explosion. If Captain Briggs feared a catastrophic detonation, he might have ordered the crew to evacuate temporarily by lowering the lifeboat. But if something went wrong, such as a sudden storm or a strong current, the lifeboat could have been swept away, leaving the crew stranded and unable to return to the ship. Yet no charred remains or explosion damage were found on the ship, making this theory unlikely. A more dramatic theory involves rogue waves or waterspouts. These sudden massive walls of water can strike unexpectedly, damaging ships and sweeping sailors overboard. If a powerful rogue wave had hit while the crew was on deck, it could have knocked them into the sea before they had time to react. However, the ship itself showed no structural damage, making it hard to believe that a rogue wave alone was responsible. Some have even suggested paranormal explanations, such as sea monsters, alien abductions, or interdimensional phenomena. While these ideas are more suited to folklore than fact, the complete lack of physical evidence has kept such wild speculations alive. The Bermuda Triangle is often cited in maritime disappearances, but the Mary Celeste was nowhere near its infamous boundaries. One of the most compelling theories is that the Mary Celeste encountered a waterspout, a rare but dangerous tornado-like vortex of water. If the ship had been caught in the outer bands of a waterspout, it could have created sudden violent winds and heavy rain, leading the crew to believe the ship was sinking or about to capsize. In panic, they may have abandoned the ship in the lifeboat, only to be lost at sea when conditions unexpectedly calmed. However, this theory, like the others, remains speculative. Despite decades of investigation, the fate of the Mary Celeste's crew remains an unsolved mystery. The ship itself was eventually salvaged and returned to service, but the unanswered questions linger. Why did they leave? What were their final moments like? Did they survive for days, adrift on the open sea, hoping to be rescued? Or were they lost to the abyss as soon as they stepped off the ship? The ocean is vast and unforgiving, and the Mary Celeste is a reminder of just how easily people can vanish without a trace. It is a ghost story without a ghost, a ship without its sailors, a question without an answer. The Mary Celeste drifts eternally through the pages of history, its secret swallowed by the sea. Part 7. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops. The Navy's greatest mystery, the vastness of the ocean has swallowed entire ships without a trace, leaving behind no clues, no wreckage, and no answers. Among these maritime vanishings, few are as baffling as the disappearance of the USS Cyclops, a United States Navy vessel that set sail in 1918 and was never seen again. With over 300 crew members and passengers aboard, its disappearance remains the single largest loss of life in US Navy history outside of combat. USS Cyclops was a collier, a massive cargo ship designed to transport coal to fuel warships during World War I. It was over 540 feet long, powered by steam engines, and known for its immense bulk and reinforced steel hull. Built to endure rough seas, the Cyclops was considered an indestructible behemoth. But in March of 1918 it entered the Bermuda Triangle and was never heard from again. The ship had departed Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, on February 16, 1918, after delivering supplies to American allies. Aboard were 309 people, including crew and passengers, as well as a full cargo load of 10,800 tons of manganese ore, used for steel production in wartime manufacturing. On March 4, the USS Cyclops made an unscheduled stop in Barbados, where the crew reported minor engine issues, but nothing alarming. After 3 days in port, it set off for Baltimore, Maryland. It was supposed to arrive on March 13, 1918, but it never did. Not a single distress signal was sent, no wreckage was ever found. The ship simply vanished. At first, the Navy suspected a German attack. World War I was still raging, and German U-boats prowled the Atlantic. However, there was no evidence of an attack, no recorded explosions, no debris, and no reports from enemy forces indicating they had sunk an American vessel. In fact, German naval records from the war show no indication that the Cyclops was ever targeted. As the weeks turned into months, the disappearance of the USS Cyclops became even stranger. No other ship in the region had reported seeing it. The area it was last traveling through was known for calm waters at the time. The vessel's reinforced steel hull made it nearly impossible for a storm to sink it without warning. And yet, it was gone. The US Navy launched an extensive search effort, covering thousands of square miles of the Atlantic, but not a single clue was ever found. No floating debris, no life rafts, no oil slicks. The ship and all 309 aboard had vanished without a trace. Over the decades, multiple theories have surfaced, but none have provided a definitive answer. Some experts believe the USS Cyclops suffered a catastrophic structural failure, possibly due to the weight of its manganese ore cargo. If improperly loaded, the shifting cargo could have destabilized the ship, causing it to capsize suddenly. However, this does not explain why no distress signal was ever sent. Even in a sinking scenario, the crew would have had minutes, if not hours, to radio for help. Another theory suggests that the ship encountered a freak storm or rogue wave capable of sinking even the largest of vessels. The Atlantic Ocean is known for unpredictable weather patterns, and it is possible that an unforeseen disaster struck the ship without warning. However, weather records from the time indicate calm seas, making this theory unlikely. Perhaps the most famous explanation ties the disappearance of the Cyclops to the legend of the Bermuda Triangle. The ship was traveling directly through the area when it vanished, fueling speculation that something unexplained happened. While the Bermuda Triangle has long been associated with disappearances, skeptics argue that the phenomenon is exaggerated, with most vanishings being attributed to natural causes. However, the complete absence of wreckage, lifeboats, or bodies in the Cyclops case makes it one of the most compelling mysteries associated with the region. Adding to the enigma is the fact that two sister ships of the Cyclops, USS Proteus and USS Nereus, also vanished without a trace in the same region during World War II. Like the Cyclops, they were carrying heavy metal ore and traveling through the Western Atlantic when they disappeared. No wreckage of either vessel has ever been found. Some researchers have speculated that magnetic anomalies in the Bermuda Triangle could be responsible, affecting compasses, navigation systems, and even causing structural failures in ships. The area is known for unusual magnetic disturbances, which have been documented by pilots and sailors for centuries. Could the USS Cyclops have fallen victim to an unknown force lurking in these waters? There are also those who propose more unorthodox theories. Some believe that the ship was secretly hijacked and taken to another location for its valuable cargo. Others have suggested that it was pulled into an underwater vortex or a dimensional anomaly, disappearing into an unknown realm. While these ideas are often dismissed as fantasy, the complete lack of evidence leaves room for speculation. Over a century later, the USS Cyclops remains one of the greatest unsolved disappearances in naval history. Modern sonar and deep-sea exploration technologies have yet to locate any trace of the vessel. If the ship lies at the bottom of the ocean, it rests in one of the deepest, most remote areas of the Atlantic, a watery grave where no light reaches and no answers emerge. Until the wreck is found, the fate of the USS Cyclops remains a mystery lost to the depths, a ghostly reminder that the sea still holds secrets no one has yet uncovered. Part 8. The Baltic Sea. Anomaly. A sunken UFO, or natural phenomenon. The ocean hides many strange and unexplained discoveries, but few have stirred as much controversy as the Baltic Sea anomaly, a massive, unexplained object found on the seafloor between Sweden and Finland. Discovered in 2011 by a team of treasure hunters, the structure is unlike anything seen before, resembling something out of science fiction, a perfectly circular, 200-foot wide formation with unusual ridges, strange grooves leading away from it, and an eerie metallic appearance. The find ignited speculation almost immediately. Was this an ancient sunken structure, a crashed UFO, a secret military weapon, or just a bizarre natural formation? Over a decade later, despite numerous expeditions, no definitive explanation has been found. The Baltic Sea anomaly remains one of the most perplexing underwater discoveries in modern history. The story of the anomaly begins with Ocean X, a professional deep-sea salvage team led by Swedish divers Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg. They were using sonar equipment to scan the Baltic Sea floor in search of sunken shipwrecks, when they stumbled upon something they never expected. The sonar images revealed a massive circular structure, unlike any natural formation seen in the area before. It rested over 300 feet below the surface, and its symmetrical design stood in stark contrast to the chaotic underwater landscape around it. Even stranger, a long 985-foot track extended behind the object, as if it had skidded across the seafloor before coming to a halt. At first, Lindberg and his team thought it was a glitch in the sonar readings, but as they analyzed the data, they became convinced the object was real. The unusual shape, sharp edges, and seemingly deliberate design led many to believe that the structure could not have been formed by natural geological processes. It wasn't long before theories of extraterrestrial origins began circulating. One of the most popular ideas is that the Baltic Sea anomaly is a crashed UFO, abandoned on the seafloor thousands, if not millions of years ago. The object's near-perfect circular shape, large size, and structured ridges resemble traditional depictions of flying saucers. Further analysis of the sonar images revealed that parts of the anomaly appeared to have angular edges, almost as if they had been artificially carved. The skid marks leading up to it suggested that whatever it was, it hadn't simply settled there naturally, it had moved across the ocean floor. Adding to the mystery, divers who explored the site reported strange malfunctions with their equipment whenever they got close to the object. Electronic devices, including cameras and communication systems, shut down unexpectedly, only to work again when they surfaced. This phenomenon led to speculation that the anomaly might still be emitting some kind of energy, possibly remnants of an advanced propulsion system. Could it be that this craft, whatever it was, had been abandoned with some of its technology still functioning? However, many scientists are skeptical of the UFO theory. Marine geologists argue that the Baltic Sea anomaly is likely a natural rock formation, possibly a glacial deposit left behind from the Ice Age. The Baltic region was covered by glaciers over 10,000 years ago, and as the ice sheets receded, they could have dragged large rock formations across the seabed, creating the appearance of skid marks and shaping the anomaly into its strange form. Some believe that the ridges and unusual textures on the structure's surface may be due to natural erosion over thousands of years. Still, this explanation does not satisfy everyone. The composition of the object remains a mystery. When small samples were retrieved, researchers discovered that parts of the anomaly contained high levels of metal, including iron, titanium, and manganese, materials often associated with industrial processes, not naturally occurring formations on the seafloor. Could this suggest that the structure was once man-made or extraterrestrial in origin? If it is a natural formation, why does it appear so distinct from the surrounding seabed? Another theory proposes that the anomaly could be the remains of an ancient sunken city or structure. If this were true, it could represent one of the oldest lost civilizations ever discovered. Some researchers have drawn comparisons between the Baltic Sea anomaly and the Yonaguni Monument, an underwater structure off the coast of Japan that many believe is the remains of an ancient man-made pyramid. Could it be possible that the anomaly is evidence of a civilization that existed before recorded history, one that was lost to rising sea levels thousands of years ago? Despite numerous expeditions, the true nature of the Baltic Sea anomaly remains unknown. No conclusive proof has been found to definitively categorize it as natural, artificial, or extraterrestrial. The challenging conditions of the Baltic Sea, its cold, murky waters and thick layers of sediment, have made further exploration difficult, leaving many questions unanswered. To this day, the anomaly continues to spark debate. It stands as a reminder that the ocean, even in heavily explored regions, still holds secrets waiting to be uncovered. Whether the Baltic Sea anomaly is a glacial remnant, an ancient artifact, or something far beyond human understanding, one thing is certain: it is a mystery that refuses to be ignored. Part 9. The Lost Submarine USS Scorpion, a tragic deep-sea mystery. The depths of the ocean hold many secrets, and among them are the final resting places of vessels that never returned. One such case is that of the USS Scorpion, SSN 589, a nuclear-powered submarine that vanished under mysterious circumstances in May 1968. The loss of the Scorpion and its 99 crew members remains one of the greatest unsolved maritime tragedies in U.S. naval history. Despite extensive investigations, conflicting reports, and countless theories, the true cause of the submarine's disappearance remains unknown. Was it an internal malfunction, an accidental detonation, or something more sinister? The USS Scorpion was one of 6 skipjack-class submarines, designed for high-speed deep-sea missions at the height of the Cold War. Commissioned in 1960, it was built for stealth and endurance, carrying advanced sonar equipment and a deadly arsenal of torpedoes. The Scorpion was assigned to the Atlantic Fleet and frequently operated in waters filled with geopolitical tensions, tracking Soviet vessels and performing classified surveillance missions. In February 1968, the USS Scorpion was deployed for a mission in the Mediterranean. After months at sea, the submarine received orders to return home to Norfolk, Virginia. On May 20, 1968, it sent a routine radio transmission from its position about 400 miles southwest of the Azores. After that, all contact was lost. When the Scorpion failed to arrive at Norfolk by the expected date of May 27, the Navy declared the submarine missing and presumed lost. The disappearance of the USS Scorpion triggered one of the most extensive naval search operations in history. Over the following months, sonar arrays and deep-sea surveillance vessels combed the Atlantic in search of the wreckage. On October 30, 1968, 5 months after its disappearance, the wreck of the Scorpion was finally located at the bottom of the ocean, more than 9,800 feet below the surface. When investigators examined the wreckage, they discovered something chilling. The Scorpion had been torn apart. The hull was shattered, and the submarine's remains were spread across the seabed. The forward section appeared to have suffered an explosive event, but there were no immediate signs of an external attack. There were no distress signals, no survivors, and no clear explanation for why the submarine had been destroyed so suddenly. Theories and investigations. The U.S. Navy conducted a classified investigation into the loss of the Scorpion, but the official findings were inconclusive. The most widely accepted theory is that the submarine suffered a catastrophic torpedo malfunction, possibly due to a hot-running torpedo, an unintentional activation of a torpedo inside the vessel. If such an event occurred, the crew would have had mere minutes to react before the torpedo detonated, blowing the submarine apart from within. However, this theory remains speculative, as no conclusive evidence of an internal explosion was ever recovered from the wreckage. Another possible explanation is structural failure. Some experts believe that mechanical defects or weaknesses in the hull could have led to a catastrophic implosion, particularly if the submarine was operating at extreme depths. While unlikely, some declassified documents suggest that the Scorpion had been experiencing mechanical issues before its final voyage, including electrical malfunctions and unreliable torpedo systems. A far more controversial theory is that the USS Scorpion was sunk by a Soviet attack. During the Cold War, tensions between the US and the Soviet Union were at an all-time high, and submarine warfare was a game of constant cat and mouse. Some former military officials and researchers speculate that the Scorpion may have been ambushed by a Soviet submarine, possibly as retaliation for the US sinking of a Soviet sub earlier that year. While there is no hard evidence to support this theory, documents released in later decades suggest that the US Navy deliberately suppressed certain details regarding the Scorpion's last mission, fueling speculation that there was more to the story than what was publicly admitted. Adding to the intrigue, several other submarines mysteriously vanished in 1968, including the Soviet submarine K-129, which disappeared in the Pacific in March of the same year. Some researchers have speculated that these losses were part of a secret underwater conflict between the superpowers, one that was never acknowledged in official records. Could the Scorpion have been a casualty of an unknown battle beneath the waves? Yet another bizarre theory suggests that the submarine may have encountered an unknown deep-sea phenomenon. The pressures at extreme depths are immense, and some researchers have questioned whether an unexplained geological event, such as an underwater earthquake or an anomalous pressure disturbance, could have played a role in the submarine's destruction. Though this idea is far-fetched, the ocean remains one of the least understood environments on Earth, capable of producing forces that even modern science struggles to explain. The enduring mystery, despite numerous investigations, the loss of the USS Scorpion remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of naval history. Unlike other high-profile submarine disasters, such as the sinking of the USS Thresher in 1963 or the Kursk disaster in 2000, the Scorpion's fate is still shrouded in secrecy. Declassified documents from the US Navy provide only partial answers, and key evidence, such as the submarine's exact final movements and classified mission details, remains unavailable to the public. In the decades since its sinking, deep-sea explorations have revisited the wreck, but the truth remains elusive. If the Scorpion was lost due to an accident, why did the Navy conceal critical details for so long? If it was attacked, why has no definitive proof emerged? And if something else was responsible, what forces could have caused a nuclear-powered submarine to vanish without warning? The USS Scorpion now rests in the darkness of the Atlantic, a silent relic of a bygone era. The sea has claimed its secrets, leaving behind only questions. Until new evidence emerges, the fate of the Scorpion and its 99 crew members will remain one of the most haunting deep-sea mysteries ever recorded. Part 10. The unexplained SOS of the SS Orang Medan, a ship of dead men. The ocean has witnessed countless shipwrecks, disasters, and disappearances. But few are as eerie as the SS Orang Medan, a ghost ship found drifting in the Strait of Malacca in 1948. The circumstances surrounding its discovery were beyond chilling. The crew was dead, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror, and the ship itself was abandoned without any clear cause. To this day, the Orang Medan remains one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries ever recorded. What happened aboard this ill-fated vessel, and what could have caused such a terrifying demise? The SOS that started it all. The story begins in June 1948, when multiple ships in the vicinity of the Strait of Malacca, one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, picked up a distress call from the Orang Medan. The transmission was brief, yet its content was terrifying. All officers, including captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. There was a brief pause, followed by a final cryptic message, "I die." Then silence. The chilling nature of the message prompted a rapid response. The Silver Star, an American merchant vessel, was the first to locate the Orang Medan. As the crew of the Silver Star approached, they noticed that the ship appeared completely undamaged, with no signs of distress from the outside. But when they boarded, what they found defied all logic. A ship of the dead. Every single crew member aboard the Orang Medan was dead. Their bodies were scattered across the decks, eyes wide open, mouths twisted in agony. their arms raised as if trying to fend off something unseen. Even the ship's dog lay dead, seemingly frozen mid-snarl. The captain was slumped over in the chart room, his lifeless hands still gripping a pen. The radio operator, the one who had sent the distress call, was found dead at his station, his fingers still hovering over the Morse key. Despite this nightmarish scene, there were no visible injuries on any of the bodies. No bullet wounds, no stab marks, no signs of struggle. It was as if death had claimed them all simultaneously and instantaneously. Even more disturbing, the air aboard the ship was described as unnaturally cold, despite the scorching tropical heat outside. Realizing that something truly unnatural had occurred, the Silver Star's crew attempted to tow the Orang Medan back to port. But before they could begin, thick smoke suddenly began pouring from the ship's cargo hold. The crew barely had time to cut the tow line before the entire ship exploded with an intensity that sent flames and debris skyward. Within minutes, the Orang Medan had vanished beneath the waves, leaving nothing behind except a lingering sense of terror. Theories and speculation. With the Orang Medan now lost forever, speculation ran rampant about what could have killed its crew. Over the years, many theories have emerged, each attempting to explain the inexplicable, poisonous gas leak. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the Orang Medan was illegally transporting hazardous materials, possibly potassium cyanide, nitroglycerin, or even nerve agents left over from World War II. If a leak had occurred, it could have released a deadly gas that asphyxiated the crew while leaving their bodies eerily intact. The sudden explosion could have been caused by a buildup of fumes igniting from a spark. 2. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Another theory suggests that a malfunction in the ship's boiler system may have released carbon monoxide into the air, slowly suffocating the crew. This could explain why they were found in bizarre positions, struggling to breathe, disoriented, and unable to react rationally. However, carbon monoxide poisoning doesn't typically cause expressions of terror, making this theory incomplete. 3. Paranormal or supernatural causes. Some believe that the Orang Medan fell victim to a supernatural force, possibly a cursed cargo, a ghostly presence, or even an encounter with an unknown deep-sea entity. The fact that the bodies were found with looks of sheer horror, yet with no visible cause of death, has fueled speculation that something unnatural was aboard the ship. Stories of ghost ships and spectral encounters are common in maritime folklore, and some sailors insist that whatever haunted the Orang Medan was not of this world. 4. Alien contact or deep-sea phenomena. A more fringe theory suggests that the Orang Medan encountered an extraterrestrial force or a mysterious deep-sea anomaly. Could the ship have stumbled upon something in the ocean that was never meant to be found? Some theorists point to stories of unidentified submerged objects, USOs, strange, fast-moving objects seen under the water, that could have had an effect on the crew. However, there is no hard evidence to support this claim. 5. A hoax. Skeptics argue that the entire story of the Orang Medan may have been fabricated or exaggerated. The first accounts of the ghost ship appeared in maritime trade magazines in the 1950s, with no official records of a vessel named the Orang Medan in shipping registries. Some believe the story was a piece of Cold War-era misinformation, or a legend that grew over time. However, supporters of the story argue that many unregistered or covert operations existed during this period, making it possible that the ship's existence was deliberately erased from history. The lingering mystery, even decades later, the Orang Medan remains one of the most terrifying maritime mysteries of all time. No definitive explanation exists for what happened to its crew, and with the ship now lost beneath the sea, the full truth may never be known. Was it a tragedy caused by human error, a chemical disaster, or something far beyond our understanding? The ocean holds many secrets, and some may never be revealed. Whatever happened aboard the Orang Medan, one thing is certain: those who were there died in unimaginable terror. And somewhere beneath the waves, the ghost ship and its unanswered questions remain, waiting as if they still have a story to tell. Part 11. The Titanic's Lost Sister. The disappearance of the HMHS Britannic. The Titanic is the most famous shipwreck in history, but few people know that it had a sister ship, the HMHS Britannic, which also met a tragic fate under mysterious circumstances. Unlike the Titanic, the Britannic did not sink due to an iceberg, but rather an unexplained explosion that tore through its hull in 1916, sending the massive ocean liner to the depths of the Aegean Sea. While many believe it was a mine or a torpedo, no conclusive evidence has ever been found to explain what caused one of the largest ships in history to sink in under 55 minutes. Could it have been an act of war, a secret sabotage, or did something far more unusual bring about its demise? The Britannic, the Titanic's forgotten sister. The Britannic was the third and final vessel of the Olympic-class liners, built by the White Star Line alongside its infamous predecessors, the Olympic and the Titanic. Following the Titanic disaster in 1912, the Britannic was redesigned with reinforced hulls and state-of-the-art safety measures, making it far stronger than its doomed sister ship. At 883 feet long and 48,000 tons, it was the largest of the three, and was intended to be the most luxurious passenger liner ever built. However, before it could enter commercial service, World War I broke out. The Britannic was converted into a hospital ship, and repainted white with large red crosses to signify its neutral non-combatant role. From 1915 to 1916 it transported thousands of wounded soldiers from battlefields across Europe, earning a reputation as a life-saving vessel. But on its sixth voyage, disaster struck, and to this day no one knows exactly why. The mysterious explosion on November 21, 1916, the Britannic was sailing through the Kea Channel in the Aegean Sea near Greece, when a massive explosion rocked the ship at 8:12 a.m. The force of the blast was so powerful that it ripped open multiple watertight compartments, causing the vessel to take on water at an alarming rate. Unlike the Titanic, the Britannic was better equipped to survive such an event, yet it still sank within 55 minutes. The first mystery is the cause of the explosion. Some historians believe the Britannic struck a German naval mine which had been deployed in the area by U-boat submarines. However, others argue that a mine alone could not have torn through the hull with such devastating force. Could the Britannic have been hit by a torpedo despite being a hospital ship? Some survivors reported seeing a second explosion, leading to speculation that the ship may have been deliberately targeted, but by whom and why? Sabotage theories and wartime cover-ups. One of the most controversial theories is that the Britannic was sabotaged from within. As the war escalated, intelligence reports suggested that enemy spies had infiltrated Allied territories, possibly planting explosive devices on high-value targets. Was the Britannic a victim of espionage, its sinking covered up to avoid further panic? Another theory suggests that the British government knew the area was dangerous but intentionally sailed the ship through a minefield as part of a strategic sacrifice. Some believe the Britannic was sunk to provoke outrage against Germany, giving the Allies more justification to retaliate in the war. If true, this would mean that the lives of over 1,000 crew and medical staff were knowingly put in harm's way. The paranormal connection. A cursed ship. Adding to the intrigue, some believe that the Britannic was cursed, just like the Titanic. A number of eerie coincidences link the two ships, leading many to speculate about a supernatural force at play. Both ships suffered catastrophic disasters within just 4 years of each other. Both ships were designed to be unsinkable, yet both sank under mysterious circumstances. Violet Jessop, a nurse who survived the Titanic's sinking, was also on board the Britannic, and survived again. Some claim that a mummified Egyptian priestess, believed to be cursed, was aboard both ships when they sank. Though the legend of the Titanic's cursed mummy has been debunked, the eerie similarities between the disasters remain unexplained. The strange fate of the Britannic's wreck. Unlike the Titanic, which remained lost for decades, the wreck of the Britannic was discovered in 1975 by legendary explorer Jacques Cousteau. However, despite multiple investigations, the shipwreck still holds more questions than answers. Notably, the Britannic sits perfectly upright on the ocean floor, in near pristine condition, which is highly unusual for a shipwreck. What's more, certain areas of the wreck show unexpected structural damage, suggesting that the ship may have been torn apart by an unnatural force. Modern sonar scans have failed to find conclusive evidence of a mine or torpedo impact, deepening the mystery. If the explosion was natural, where is the proof? If it was an attack, why were no records of it ever uncovered? And if it was sabotage, who was behind it? The enduring mystery. To this day, the sinking of the Britannic remains one of the greatest unsolved maritime disasters in history. Was it an accident of war, an act of enemy aggression, or something even stranger? Despite being overshadowed by the Titanic's legendary status, the Britannic's story is equally haunting, an unsinkable ship that met a fate no one saw coming. Perhaps, lying beneath the sea, the wreck of the Britannic still holds its secrets, waiting for the day when the truth will finally surface. Part 12. The ghostly waters of Lake Baikal, Russia's deepest mystery. While most of the world's greatest deep-sea mysteries take place in the oceans, one of the strangest and most chilling occurs in an inland body of water, Lake Baikal in Siberia, Russia. As the deepest and oldest freshwater lake on Earth, Lake Baikal holds more water than all the Great Lakes combined, and with that immense depth comes stories of UFOs, disappearing divers, strange glowing orbs, and even encounters with unknown creatures. Some have even speculated that the lake is home to an entire extraterrestrial base hidden beneath its icy waters. Despite scientific expeditions, many questions remain unanswered. What exactly lurks beneath the dark, uncharted depths of Lake Baikal? The deepest lake in the world, Lake Baikal, is staggering in its proportions, stretching nearly 400 miles in length, reaching depths of over 5,300 feet, and estimated to be at least 25 million years old. Unlike other large lakes, Baikal is constantly expanding due to tectonic activity that continues to reshape its floor. Scientists believe it may eventually become a new ocean millions of years from now. Its immense size and extreme depth make it one of the least explored bodies of water in the world, which only adds to its aura of mystery. The lake is also home to thousands of unique species, many of which exist nowhere else on Earth. The Baikal seal, for instance, is the only freshwater seal species in existence, raising serious questions about how a marine mammal ended up in a landlocked lake thousands of miles from any ocean. Even more mysterious are the strange reports of bizarre, unidentified lifeforms lurking in the depths. The 1982 Soviet military encounter, one of the most shocking and well-documented accounts of high strangeness at Lake Baikal, occurred in 1982, when a team of Soviet military divers conducting routine training exercises allegedly encountered something not of this world. The official report, later leaked to the public, describes how the divers, while operating at a depth of 50 meters (164 feet), suddenly came across a group of unknown humanoid beings swimming without diving suits or breathing equipment. The beings were described as at least 9 feet tall, wearing tight silver suits, and possessing large bulbous heads with no apparent breathing apparatus. The Soviet divers attempted to capture one of the beings, but in a sudden and violent force, they were propelled to the surface as if by an invisible energy blast. The rapid ascent resulted in decompression sickness for 3 of the divers, all of whom later died from the effects of surfacing too quickly. The surviving team members described the encounter in terrified detail, claiming that they had felt an overwhelming sense of being watched and that the entities were communicating telepathically. The Soviet government quickly classified the incident, and for decades it remained one of Russia's most tightly held underwater secrets. However, leaked documents and testimonies from retired military personnel have kept the legend of the Baikal swimmers alive. Were these creatures a previously undiscovered intelligent species, or did the Soviet divers come face to face with extraterrestrial beings operating beneath the lake? UFO sightings over the Lake Baikal has also been the site of numerous UFO sightings, many of which have been reported by both civilians and military personnel. In 1958, the crew of a Soviet Tu-104 airliner flying over Baikal reported a glowing disc-shaped object following their plane for several minutes before vanishing at impossible speed. Similar sightings have been made by fishermen and villagers living along the lake's shores, who frequently report strange luminous orbs rising out of the water at night. One of the most famous incidents occurred in 1977, when a Soviet research submarine was exploring the depths of the lake. The crew's instruments suddenly malfunctioned, and they reported seeing a blinding light illuminating the water from below. Despite being at a depth where no natural sunlight could reach, the light was so intense that the entire submarine interior was briefly bathed in an eerie bluish glow. The craft's cameras mysteriously failed to capture any footage, and the crew, shaken by the experience, was forced to abort their mission. This and many other encounters have led some researchers to suggest that Lake Baikal may be hiding an underwater UFO base, possibly one of the oldest and most secretive on Earth. While this may sound like science fiction, even Russian government officials have acknowledged that the lake is home to unexplained phenomena that defy logical explanation. The Baikal Triangle, a zone of disappearances beyond alien encounters. Lake Baikal is notorious for mysterious disappearances, particularly in an area known as the Baikal Triangle, a region of the lake that has been compared to the Bermuda Triangle. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in 1915, when a group of Cossack soldiers traveling across the frozen lake simply vanished. Witnesses claimed that strange lights had been seen hovering over the ice just hours before, leading some to believe the soldiers had been abducted or pulled into another dimension. To this day, no trace of them has ever been found. Similarly, in 2011, a group of experienced hikers went missing after setting out on a camping trip along Baikal's rugged shoreline. Their tents and supplies were found intact, but the hikers themselves were never seen again. No signs of struggle or animal attack were present, deepening the mystery. Some locals believe that the lake itself calls to certain people, drawing them into its depths never to return. Theories behind the mystery. Several theories attempt to explain the strange events surrounding Lake Baikal. Natural explanations. Scientists argue that the lake's unique geological activity, shifting tectonic plates, and methane gas releases could explain some of the strange lights and disappearances. Sudden violent underwater currents could also contribute to accidents and drownings. Secret military experiments. Some theorists believe that Lake Baikal has long been used as a testing ground for classified Soviet and Russian military projects, including underwater weapons and experimental submersibles. Extraterrestrial presence. UFO researchers claim that the lake's long history of UFO activity, humanoid encounters, and luminous orbs suggests that it could be home to an alien base hidden deep beneath its surface. Undiscovered aquatic species. Given that Lake Baikal is home to thousands of unique and ancient species, some scientists believe that there may still be intelligent or unknown life forms living in its depths, possibly explaining reports of large humanoid creatures. The enduring enigma, with its unexplored depths, its history of disappearances, and its reputation as a hotspot for UFO activity, Lake Baikal remains one of the most baffling and chilling underwater mysteries in the world. Even with modern technology, much of its deepest trenches remain unexplored, leaving many to wonder what else is lurking in the abyss. As long as the lake continues to swallow secrets and defy explanations, the legend of Lake Baikal will persist, an ancient body of water that has kept its mysteries hidden for millions of years, waiting for the right moment to reveal them to the world. Part 13. The Phantom Submarine Encounters. Unseen Forces Beneath the Waves. For decades, the world's navies have reported encounters with unidentified submerged objects, USOs, highly advanced, elusive entities that seem to defy the known laws of physics. Unlike their airborne counterparts, these mysterious craft operate in the depths of the ocean, moving at impossible speeds, disappearing without a trace, and even engaging in evasive maneuvers that defy modern technology. Many of these encounters have been recorded in military archives, yet their details remain highly classified. Could these phantom submarines be experimental technology, evidence of a hidden underwater civilization, or something even stranger? The unseen threat. Submarines stalked by unknown entities. One of the earliest known cases of phantom submarines occurred in 1942, during World War II, when the crew of a British Royal Navy submarine reported being shadowed by an unknown underwater object. The sonar operator described the target as moving at an unbelievable speed, far faster than any known vessel of the time. As the crew attempted to investigate, the object suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Similar reports emerged from German U-boats and American naval forces, all describing unexplained underwater craft capable of maneuvering far beyond human engineering. Perhaps the most famous case occurred in the 1960s, when the US Trepang, a US Navy submarine, reportedly captured photographic evidence of a massive unknown underwater object in the Arctic Circle. Declassified images show a huge cigar-shaped craft emerging from beneath the ice. While some claim these images are classified military experiments, others believe they provide direct proof of USOs operating beneath Earth's oceans. The Cold War encounters. The Soviet Union's battle with the unknown. During the Cold War, Soviet submarine commanders frequently reported highly unusual underwater events. One of the most chilling accounts comes from a 1970s classified Soviet naval report detailing an encounter in the Pacific Ocean. According to the report, a Soviet submarine detected an unidentified submerged object traveling at speeds exceeding 400 knots 740 km/h, far beyond the capabilities of any known submarine or torpedo. The crew attempted to lock onto the object using sonar, but each time, it changed course instantly, displaying intelligence and maneuverability no conventional vessel should have had. The object then descended into the ocean's depths, vanishing completely from radar. Despite extensive searches, the Soviets never found any explanation. In another case, a Russian naval expedition in 1982, near the Bermuda Triangle, encountered an object they called the Fast Mover, which was observed traveling at inconceivable speeds beneath the water. Attempts to follow or intercept the object were futile. Some researchers believe that these encounters suggest the presence of unknown underwater craft monitoring human activity, or even bases hidden in the ocean's deepest trenches. The silent war beneath the waves. Several declassified U.S. Navy reports also document disturbing encounters with USOs, particularly near deep-sea trenches, such as the Mariana Trench. A striking case took place in 1963, when the U.S. Navy conducted an anti-submarine warfare exercise near Puerto Rico. As nuclear submarines maneuvered at high depths, sonar picked up an unknown object moving at an impossible speed, estimated at over 500 miles per hour. Despite their best efforts, Navy forces could not track the object as it dove deeper than any known submarine could survive. After the event, the U.S. Navy classified the reports, leading to decades of speculation. What kind of craft could withstand such pressure? Could it be an unknown aquatic species, or was this evidence of extraterrestrial technology monitoring human activity? Theories behind the phantom submarine phenomenon. 1. Extraterrestrial presence. Many UFO researchers believe that these encounters suggest the existence of underwater alien bases. If extraterrestrials have been visiting Earth for centuries, it would make sense for them to hide in the oceans, where human surveillance is virtually non-existent beyond a few miles deep. The 2. Secret military technology. Some believe these sightings could be linked to classified military experiments, possibly advanced drone submarines developed by world powers. However, even today, no known human-made vehicle is capable of the speeds or maneuvers described in these encounters. The 3. An unknown intelligent species. Could there be an undiscovered highly intelligent species living in the ocean depths? Given that over 80% of the world's oceans remain unexplored, the idea of an aquatic civilization is not impossible. Perhaps these phantom submarines are evidence of an advanced underwater race monitoring human activity. The 4. Natural phenomena. Some skeptics argue that sonar glitches, underwater volcanic activity, and deep-sea currents could create false sonar readings, leading to misinterpretations. However, this fails to explain cases where submarines physically detected the presence of a moving object. The enduring mystery. For decades, military forces worldwide have encountered unidentified underwater objects that defy logic. Whether they are extraterrestrial visitors, undiscovered species, or secret military technology, the fact remains that something unknown lurks beneath the ocean's depths. Despite extensive efforts to investigate, the world's navies remain tight-lipped about what they've truly encountered beneath the waves. If the truth is out there, it may be resting in the darkest corners of the deepest, most mysterious frontier on Earth, the ocean itself. Part 14. The uncharted depths of the Hadal Zone, the final frontier of Earth's oceans. While space exploration captures the imagination of millions, an equally mysterious and largely unexplored frontier lies right here on Earth, the Hadal Zone, the deepest region of our planet's oceans. Named after Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, the Hadal Zone consists of the world's deepest ocean trenches, reaching depths of over 36,000 feet, 11,000 meters. These extreme depths, where the pressure is more than 1,000 times that of the surface, are largely inaccessible to humans, making them one of the last true unknown regions of our planet. What lurks in this abyssal darkness? Could the hadal zone be home to undiscovered species, lost shipwrecks, or even remnants of ancient civilizations buried beneath the crushing weight of the sea? What is the hadal zone? The hadal zone is defined as the deepest part of the ocean, starting at around 20,000 feet 6,000 meters, and extending to the bottom of the deepest trenches. This realm includes famous locations such as the Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, and the Kermadec Trench. Unlike the more well-known abyssal zone, which covers the vast majority of the deep sea floor, the hadal zone consists of narrow, deep trenches that remain among the most extreme environments on Earth. The conditions here are so harsh that only a handful of submersibles have ever reached these depths, and even fewer human beings have set foot, or rather submersible, in these regions. The pressures are so immense that even the most advanced military submarines would be crushed like a tin can at these depths. The strange creatures of the hadal zone, despite its seemingly inhospitable nature, the hadal zone is not devoid of life. In fact, it is home to some of the most bizarre otherworldly creatures ever discovered. One such creature is the Mariana snailfish, a translucent gelatinous fish that has been found thriving in depths of over 26,000 feet. Unlike most fish, which rely on a gas-filled swim bladder to control buoyancy, this snailfish has evolved to withstand crushing pressures by using soft, gelatinous tissues that allow it to survive where no other vertebrate can. Then there are the giant amphipods, shrimp-like crustaceans that grow to 10 times the size of their shallow water relatives. These creatures scavenge on whatever organic matter sinks from the surface, surviving in complete darkness with no sunlight to guide them. Even more disturbing are the mystery sightings of large, unclassified creatures moving through the trenches. Sonar scans conducted in the Mariana Trench have picked up huge moving objects, some larger than any known sea creature. Could these be undiscovered leviathans, remnants of prehistoric species, or something altogether unknown? Unexplained sounds from the deep. In addition to bizarre life forms, the hadal zone is also a source of mysterious sounds that have puzzled researchers for decades. Among the most famous is the Bloop, a powerful ultra-low frequency sound detected in 1997 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. The Bloop was so loud that it was picked up by multiple underwater listening stations thousands of miles apart. While some scientists initially suspected it could be the sound of a massive unknown marine creature, later studies suggested it might have been caused by the breakup of an Antarctic ice shelf. However, not all researchers agree, and the idea that something huge and alive made the sound still lingers. Another sound, known as the upsweep, has been recorded seasonally since the 1990s. It consists of long ascending wails, and its origin remains completely unknown. Could it be a yet undiscovered species communicating through ultra-low frequencies? Or is it something even stranger? The Mariana Trench, a portal to the unknown. The Mariana Trench, the deepest trench on Earth, has long been the subject of conspiracy theories and speculation. Some researchers believe that its extreme depths could harbor secrets, possibly even an entire ecosystem cut off from the rest of the world. One popular theory suggests that the trench could serve as a hiding place for ancient species that have survived unchanged for millions of years, similar to how coelacanths, a species of fish thought to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, were found alive in deep waters. There are also reports from deep-sea exploration teams of massive moving shapes seen in the dark, too large to be ordinary fish. Are these undiscovered predators lurking in the trench? Or are these misidentified natural formations, exaggerated by the isolation and darkness? Are there ancient ruins beneath the hadal zone? A more controversial theory suggests that ancient ruins may lie hidden beneath the sediment of deep-sea trenches. While most civilizations developed on land, it is possible that rising sea levels over thousands of years have submerged entire cities. Some theorists believe that evidence of a lost civilization could be buried in these depths, waiting to be uncovered by modern technology. In recent years, deep-sea expeditions have discovered strange symmetrical formations on the ocean floor, some resembling stone structures or roads. One such discovery, known as the Yonaguni Monument, was found off the coast of Japan. Some experts believe it is a natural rock formation, while others argue it could be a man-made structure that predates recorded history. Could similar structures lie deeper, hidden in the trenches where no human has ventured? Theories on what lurks in the hadal zone. 1. Prehistoric megafauna. Some marine biologists believe that deep-sea trenches could be home to species long thought extinct, such as Megalodon, the giant prehistoric shark that once ruled Earth's oceans. While no evidence has confirmed this, unidentified sonar readings of massive moving objects continue to fuel speculation. 2. Extraterrestrial life forms. Some researchers speculate that if extraterrestrials visited Earth in ancient times, they may have hidden their presence beneath the ocean, where human exploration is limited and difficult. Could some of the unknown sounds and sonar anomalies be evidence of alien technology or bases beneath the ocean? 3. An unknown intelligent deep-sea species. Given the vast unexplored nature of the hadal zone, could an intelligent marine species have evolved in the deep sea, completely hidden from human observation? Some researchers have proposed the possibility of a deep-sea civilization that operates in extreme depths, avoiding surface interaction entirely. 4. Geophysical anomalies. Some argue that the hadal zone is simply a region of extreme geological activity, where shifting tectonic plates create bizarre natural phenomena that humans have yet to understand. Could deep-sea methane eruptions, underwater volcanic activity, or unique acoustics be responsible for the strange reports? The final frontier. Why we must explore the hadal zone. While space agencies race to explore Mars and beyond, more than 80% of Earth's oceans remain unexplored, with much of the hadal zone still shrouded in complete mystery. If there is life, evidence of lost civilizations, or something completely unknown lurking beneath the waves, it may be hidden in these depths, far beyond our reach, but closer than we think. For now, the hadal zone remains a forbidden abyss, an alien world within our own planet, waiting for humanity to uncover its darkest secrets. Part 15. The uncharted depths of the hadal zone. The final frontier of Earth's oceans. While space exploration captures the imagination of millions, an equally mysterious and largely unexplored frontier lies right here on the hadal zone, the deepest region of our planet's oceans. Named after Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, the hadal zone consists of the world's deepest ocean trenches, reaching depths of over 36,000 feet, 11,000 meters. These extreme depths, where the pressure is more than 1,000 times that of the surface, are largely inaccessible to humans, making them one of the last true unknown regions of our planet. What lurks in this abyssal darkness? Could the hadal zone be home to undiscovered species, lost shipwrecks, or even remnants of ancient civilizations buried beneath the crushing weight of the sea? What is the hadal zone? The hadal zone is defined as the deepest part of the ocean, starting at around 20,000 feet 6,000 meters, and extending to the bottom of the deepest trenches. This realm includes famous locations such as the Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, and the Kermadec Trench. Unlike the more well-known abyssal zone, which covers the vast majority of the deep-sea floor, the hadal zone consists of narrow, deep trenches that remain among the most extreme environments on Earth. The conditions here are so harsh that only a handful of submersibles have ever reached these depths, and even fewer human beings have set foot, or rather submersible, in these regions. The pressures are so immense that even the most advanced military submarines would be crushed like a tin can at these depths. The strange creatures of the hadal zone. Despite its seemingly inhospitable nature, the hadal zone is not devoid of life. In fact, it is home to some of the most bizarre, otherworldly creatures ever discovered. One such creature is the Mariana snailfish, a translucent, gelatinous fish that has been found thriving in depths of over 26,000 feet. Unlike most fish, which rely on a gas-filled swim bladder to control buoyancy, this snailfish has evolved to withstand crushing pressures by using soft, gelatinous tissues that allow it to survive where no other vertebrate can. Then there are the giant amphipods, shrimp-like crustaceans that grow to 10 times the size of their shallow water relatives. These creatures scavenge on whatever organic matter sinks from the surface, surviving in complete darkness with no sunlight to guide them. Even more disturbing are the mystery sightings of large, unclassified creatures moving through the trenches. Sonar scans conducted in the Mariana Trench have picked up huge moving objects, some larger than any known sea creature. Could these be undiscovered leviathans, remnants of prehistoric species, or something altogether unknown? Unexplained sounds from the deep. In addition to bizarre life forms, the hadal zone is also a source of mysterious sounds that have puzzled researchers for decades. Among the most famous is the bloop, a powerful ultra-low frequency sound detected in 1997 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. The bloop was so loud that it was picked up by multiple underwater listening stations thousands of miles apart. While some scientists initially suspected it could be the sound of a massive unknown marine creature, later studies suggested it might have been caused by the breakup of an Antarctic ice shelf. However, not all researchers agree, and the idea that something huge and alive made the sound still lingers. Another sound, known as the upsweep, has been recorded seasonally since the 1990s. It consists of long ascending wails, and its origin remains completely unknown. Could it be a yet undiscovered species communicating through ultra-low frequencies? Or is it something even stranger? The Mariana Trench, a portal to the unknown. The Mariana Trench, the deepest trench on Earth, has long been the subject of conspiracy theories and speculation. Some researchers believe that its extreme depths could harbor secrets, possibly even an entire ecosystem cut off from the rest of the world. One popular theory suggests that the trench could serve as a hiding place for ancient species that have survived unchanged for millions of years, similar to how coelacanths, a species of fish thought to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, were found alive in deep waters. There are also reports from deep-sea exploration teams of massive moving shapes seen in the dark, too large to be ordinary fish. Are these undiscovered predators lurking in the trench? Or are these misidentified natural formations, exaggerated by the isolation and darkness? Are there ancient ruins beneath the hadal zone? A more controversial theory suggests that ancient ruins may lie hidden beneath the sediment of deep-sea trenches. While most civilizations developed on land, it is possible that rising sea levels over thousands of years have submerged entire cities. Some theorists believe that evidence of a lost civilization could be buried in these depths, waiting to be uncovered by modern technology. In recent years, deep-sea expeditions have discovered strange symmetrical formations on the ocean floor, some resembling stone structures or roads. One such discovery, known as the Yonaguni Monument, was found off the coast of Japan. Some experts believe it is a natural rock formation, while others argue it could be a man-made structure that predates recorded history. Could similar structures lie deeper, hidden in the trenches where no human has ventured? Theories on what lurks in the hadal zone. 1. Prehistoric megafauna. Some marine biologists believe that deep-sea trenches could be home to species long thought extinct, such as Megalodon, the giant prehistoric shark that once ruled Earth's oceans. While no evidence has confirmed this, unidentified sonar readings of massive moving objects continue to fuel speculation. 2. Extraterrestrial life forms. Some researchers speculate that if extraterrestrials visited Earth in ancient times, they may have hidden their presence beneath the ocean, where human exploration is limited and difficult. Could some of the unknown sounds and sonar anomalies be evidence of alien technology or bases beneath the ocean? 3. An unknown intelligent deep-sea species. Given the vast unexplored nature of the hadal zone, could an intelligent marine species have evolved in the deep sea, completely hidden from human observation? Some researchers have proposed the possibility of a deep-sea civilization that operates in extreme depths, avoiding surface interaction entirely. 4. Geophysical anomalies. Some argue that the hadal zone is simply a region of extreme geological activity, where shifting tectonic plates create bizarre natural phenomena that humans have yet to understand. Could deep-sea methane eruptions, underwater volcanic activity, or unique acoustics be responsible for the strange reports? The final frontier, why we must explore the hadal zone. While space agencies race to explore Mars and beyond, more than 80% of Earth's oceans remain unexplored, with much of the hadal zone still shrouded in complete mystery. If there is life, evidence of lost civilizations, or something completely unknown lurking beneath the waves, it may be hidden in these depths, far beyond our reach, but closer than we think. For now, the hadal zone remains a forbidden abyss, an alien world within our own planet, waiting for humanity to uncover its darkest secrets. Part 16. The black holes of the ocean. The mysterious abyssal whirlpools. The vast expanse of the ocean holds many secrets, but few are as terrifying as the enigmatic abyssal whirlpools, massive, swirling vortices that appear suddenly, swallowing everything in their path before vanishing, without a trace. Unlike the surface whirlpools known to sailors, these deep-sea anomalies occur in some of the most uncharted and inaccessible parts of the ocean. Some have been blamed for vanishing ships, lost submarines, and even the sudden disappearance of entire sections of the seafloor. Could these whirlpools be natural oceanic phenomena, or are they something far more mysterious, perhaps even portals to an unknown world? The formation of abyssal whirlpools are unlike ordinary whirlpools that form due to tidal forces or surface currents. These powerful underwater vortexes originate in the deepest parts of the ocean, often in trenches, underwater canyons, or areas with unusual geological activity. Scientists believe they may be caused by extreme temperature and salinity differences, creating chaotic, unpredictable currents. Deep-sea geothermal vents, where superheated water erupts from the ocean floor, generating turbulence. Tectonic shifts, where sudden movements in the Earth's crust create massive disturbances in oceanic circulation. But while these explanations sound plausible, they fail to account for the sheer scale and sudden appearance of some of these vortexes, some of which have been recorded swallowing entire vessels. The vanishing of the USS Scorpion and other missing submarines. One of the most chilling mysteries tied to abyssal whirlpools is the disappearance of submarines in otherwise calm waters. The USS Scorpion, a nuclear submarine, was one of the most advanced vessels of its time, yet in 1968, it vanished in the Atlantic Ocean without issuing a distress signal. When search teams finally located the wreckage, they found it scattered in a way that suggested an external force had violently torn it apart. The official report claimed it was a mechanical failure, but some naval researchers argue that an unknown underwater anomaly, possibly a giant whirlpool, was responsible for pulling the submarine down to its destruction. Similar disappearances have occurred throughout history, with entire naval missions lost without explanation. In many cases, sonar detected strange disturbances in the water, only for the signals to be abruptly cut off. Could these events be linked to abyssal whirlpools, or is there something else lurking in the deep? The Bermuda Triangle's underwater vortices. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the most infamous regions for mysterious disappearances, and recent discoveries suggest that deep-sea whirlpools may be partially responsible. Oceanographers studying the area found huge, rapidly spinning underwater currents, some stretching miles wide. These vortices are capable of swallowing large amounts of water and anything floating on the surface before vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Could similar hidden vortexes be responsible for aircraft and ships that have disappeared in the triangle? Some researchers believe that supercavitation, a process where air bubbles reduce friction in water, may allow these whirlpools to form instantaneously, creating a sudden and inescapable pull downward. Theories on abyssal whirlpools. 1. Natural geological anomalies. Some scientists argue that abyssal whirlpools are simply the result of unusual oceanographic conditions, a rare but natural occurrence in deep trenches. However, this does not explain why they appear so suddenly and violently. 2. Subterranean oceanic gateways. Could the deepest whirlpools be entrances to underwater cave systems, leading to hidden regions beneath the ocean floor? Some believe these vortexes could act as gateways, pulling water into vast subterranean reservoirs that remain completely unexplored. 3. Extraterrestrial or unknown technological influence. One of the more controversial theories is that abyssal whirlpools may be artificially created, either by advanced human technology or an unknown non-human intelligence. Some ufologists claim that USOs, unidentified submerged objects, may use energy fields to manipulate water currents, creating temporary whirlpools as they enter or exit deep-sea locations. 4. Time distortions and dimensional shifts. Perhaps the most bizarre theory suggests that abyssal whirlpools could be distortions in space-time, acting as temporary portals to another dimension. Could these vortexes explain why some ships and submarines disappear without a trace, leaving no debris behind? Some believe that these whirlpools could be part of a natural phenomenon that momentarily disrupts the known laws of physics. The search for answers. Despite advances in oceanography, abyssal whirlpools remain one of the least understood phenomena on Earth. Due to the extreme pressure and remoteness of the ocean floor, only a handful of expeditions have attempted to study them directly, and those that have rarely return with conclusive evidence. Until technology allows us to explore these hidden depths in greater detail, the mystery of the ocean's black holes will continue to haunt sailors, scientists, and deep-sea explorers alike. If there is something lurking beneath the waves, something capable of swallowing entire vessels without a trace, then perhaps the greatest discoveries and dangers of the deep sea are yet to come. Part 17. The unexplained sounds of the deep, mysterious noises from the abyss. The ocean is not silent. In its depths far beyond the reach of sunlight, sound is one of the only means by which the unseen world communicates. From the faint clicking of deep-sea creatures to the groaning movements of tectonic plates, the vast darkness beneath the waves is alive with noise. But some sounds defy explanation, sounds so strange, so enormous, and so utterly alien that even scientists remain baffled. Recorded by underwater microphones, these mysterious noises seem to emerge from the abyss itself. They are louder than any known marine life, more powerful than any geological event, and in some cases, they seem almost deliberate, like signals from something lurking in the deep. What is making these sounds? Are they caused by unknown sea creatures? Could they be echoes of an undiscovered civilization beneath the ocean floor? Or are they evidence of something even stranger, something beyond our understanding? These are the unexplained sounds of the deep, the bloop, the loudest sound ever recorded underwater. The most famous of these unexplained noises is the bloop, a sound so massive that it was detected by multiple underwater listening stations across the Pacific Ocean. The bloop was recorded in 1997 by NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, using a network of hydrophones originally designed to monitor Soviet submarines during the Cold War. These hydrophones were sensitive enough to pick up underwater explosions, whale calls, and seismic shifts. But the bloop was unlike anything ever recorded. The sound lasted for about 1 minute and had a strange organic quality to it, almost like the noise of a living thing. What was even more mysterious was its sheer power. The bloop was so loud that it was picked up by multiple sensors over 3,000 miles apart. To put that into perspective, if a blue whale, the largest animal on Earth, had made the sound, it would have had to be several times larger than any known marine creature. If it was caused by an underwater earthquake, it would have been accompanied by seismic activity, which was not detected. If it was an iceberg breaking apart, it would have needed to be an unprecedented event, far larger than anything ever recorded before. Theories about the bloop range from undiscovered deep-sea megafauna to alien signals, or even an unknown geological process deep within the Earth. But despite decades of research, no one has been able to fully explain it. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, the bloop was never heard again. Julia, a whisper from the abyss. Another strange sound, recorded in 1999, was named Julia. Unlike the bloop, which had a sudden powerful quality, Julia was a long, eerie moan that seemed to stretch endlessly through the water. Julia was so loud that it was detected by every single hydrophone in the Pacific Ocean. The source was unknown, but it appeared to come from the depths of Antarctica's Ross Sea, a region known for its unexplored underwater trenches and strange geological formations. What made Julia especially eerie was that just a few weeks after the sound was recorded, a NASA satellite reportedly captured an image of a massive shadowy shape moving through the same region. The shape was estimated to be over 100 meters long, resembling the form of a gigantic sea creature. Could Julia have been the sound of something waking up? Some researchers believe Julia was caused by a massive iceberg scraping along the ocean floor, but others argue that the sound was too deep, too prolonged, and too unnatural to be dismissed so easily. To this day, the mystery remains unsolved. The upsweep, a repeating enigma. Some underwater sounds are one-time events, but others repeat year after year, season after season, without any known cause. One of the most haunting examples is the upsweep, a mysterious sound first recorded in 1991 and heard every year since. The upsweep consists of a series of rising tones, almost like an alarm or warning signal. The noise originates from a remote point in the Pacific Ocean, deep within an uncharted trench, and seems to intensify during spring and autumn, before fading again. Scientists initially thought it might be caused by volcanic activity, but no eruptions, earthquakes, or tectonic shifts have ever been detected in the area. If it were biological, perhaps the call of a deep-sea species, it would have to be a creature that remains hidden in the darkness, only emerging seasonally to make its presence known. But no living thing has ever been found that matches the upsweep's pattern. What then is making the sound, and why does it seem to follow a schedule? Slow down, a deep-sea warning. One of the strangest underwater noises ever recorded is known as slow down, a name given to the sound because of its gradual decrease in frequency, almost like a siren winding down. The sound was recorded in 1997, originating from the remote South Pacific. It lasted several minutes, steadily decreasing in pitch, before fading into silence. Some believe slow down was caused by an iceberg grinding against the seabed, but others find this explanation unconvincing. The sound did not resemble normal ice movement, and its unique acoustic signature has never been heard before or since. Even more unsettling, slow down came from a region known as Point Nemo, the most remote place on Earth, farther from land than any other location on the planet. Point Nemo is so isolated that the closest humans to it are often astronauts on the International Space Station. If something unknown is lurking beneath the waves at Point Nemo, no one would ever know, and perhaps no one ever will. Are these sounds evidence of unknown life? Many of these sounds remain unexplained, and the theories surrounding them range from the logical to the terrifying. Some believe they could be caused by undiscovered deep-sea creatures, larger than anything known to science. The ocean is home to giant squid, colossal jellyfish, and strange bioluminescent life forms. Could there be something even more massive hidden in the uncharted trenches? Others speculate that the sounds could be artificial signals, perhaps originating from a lost civilization, or even extraterrestrial visitors exploring the ocean's depths. After all, if an intelligent species wanted to study Earth without detection, wouldn't the deep ocean be the perfect hiding place? Still others suggest that these sounds could be the result of unknown geological phenomena, strange movements beneath the Earth's crust, vast underground caverns, or even the collapse of hidden structures deep within the abyss. Whatever their origin, one fact remains: the deep ocean is far less explored than outer space, and beneath the crushing pressure, in the silent darkness, there may be things we are simply not meant to find. Perhaps these sounds are warnings, or perhaps they are greetings. A call from something waiting in the depths, and one day we might finally hear what it's been trying to say. Part 18. The Cursed Shipwrecks of the Deep. Ghostly wrecks and their haunting legends. The ocean has swallowed countless ships, their remains scattered across the seabed like forgotten tombs. Some were lost in storms, others to war, and many simply vanished without explanation. But among the thousands of shipwrecks resting in the deep, there are those that are whispered about in fear, wrecks said to be cursed, haunted, or inexplicably malevolent. Stories of ships doomed from the start, carrying secrets to the grave. Stories of vessels found with no crew, no distress signals, only eerie silence. And stories of divers who ventured too close to these wrecks, only to suffer strange fates of their own. Could these shipwrecks truly be cursed? Are they haunted echoes of lost souls? Or is there something more, something lurking within the deep, drawn to tragedy, feeding on those who dare disturb the remains? These are the cursed shipwrecks of the deep. The RMS Queen Mary, a haunted giant beneath the waves. The RMS Queen Mary was once one of the most luxurious ocean liners ever built. It carried Hollywood celebrities, world leaders, and the wealthiest passengers across the Atlantic. But when World War II broke out, the Queen Mary was transformed into a military transport ship, repainted grey and renamed the Grey Ghost. During the war, the Queen Mary carried thousands of soldiers, crammed into its decks as it moved at high speeds to evade enemy submarines. But in 1942, tragedy struck. Sailing near Scotland, the Queen Mary was being escorted by the HMS Curaçao, a smaller warship meant to protect it from attacks. As the two ships navigated through rough seas, disaster struck. The Queen Mary accidentally sliced the Curaçao in half, plowing through the smaller ship with its enormous steel hull. The Curaçao sank in minutes, taking 338 men to their deaths. But the Queen Mary, under strict wartime orders, was forbidden to stop for survivors. It continued on its course, leaving the doomed men to drown in its wake. Ever since, the Queen Mary has been plagued by ghostly legends. When the war ended, it returned to passenger service, but strange reports began circulating. Crew members heard phantom footsteps in empty hallways, passengers saw shadowy figures standing on the decks, and eerie whispers filled the air. The most chilling encounters happened deep in the ship's lower decks, near the empty swimming pool. Survivors of shipwrecks claimed to see wet footprints appearing on the floor, as if invisible passengers had just climbed out of the water. Some divers who explored the wreckage of ships sunk by the Queen Mary's passage reported hearing screams echoing from the deep, as if the lost souls of the Curaçao's men were still calling for help. The Queen Mary is now permanently docked in California, turned into a hotel and museum. But even today, visitors report terrifying encounters in its haunted corridors. Some believe it is cursed, forever haunted by the men it left behind in the sea. The Demeter, the ghost ship that inspired Dracula. The Demeter was a merchant ship that set sail in 1897 from the Black Sea, bound for England with a cargo of mysterious wooden crates. It never arrived. When the ship was finally found, it had drifted into a harbor completely empty. The crew was gone. The captain was found dead at the wheel, his hands tightly gripping the helm, his face frozen in terror. The only other body on board was the ship's watchdog, its throat ripped open. No one could explain what had happened. There were no signs of struggle, no distress signals, only eerie silence. When investigators searched the hold, they found the ship's logbook. The final entry was scribbled in shaky handwriting, barely legible. "Something is on board with us. We are not alone." The Demeter's fate became the inspiration for Bram Stoker's novel Dracula. In the story, Dracula's coffin is transported to England aboard a ship eerily similar to the Demeter. One by one, the crew vanishes, leaving only an empty vessel drifting into port. But was the Demeter just a tragic case of a lost crew, or was there something darker lurking in its hold? Some historians believe the Demeter may have been smuggling a cursed relic, something ancient and powerful that doomed everyone aboard. Others speculate that the ship fell victim to a supernatural force, something waiting in the darkness of the cargo hold, hunting the crew as they sailed unknowingly to their doom. To this day, the fate of the Demeter remains a chilling mystery. The SS Kamchatka, the warship that defied logic during the Russo-Japanese War in 1904, a Russian fleet of warships set sail for battle. Among them was the SS Kamchatka, a heavily armed support vessel carrying hundreds of sailors and valuable supplies. From the start, the voyage was plagued with unexplainable accidents. Crew members reported hearing bizarre knocking sounds from within the ship's walls, though no source could be found. Some sailors swore they saw ghostly figures moving in the engine room, only to find nothing when they searched. Then things got worse. As the fleet navigated through dense fog, the Kamchatka opened fire on a group of fishing boats, mistaking them for enemy ships. But when the Russian commanders asked why the Kamchatka had attacked, the radio operator insisted, "They fired at us first. We heard their guns." The only problem, the fishing boats had no weapons. They had never fired a single shot. The Kamchatka's erratic behavior continued throughout the war. It constantly reported enemy attacks that didn't exist, fired on friendly ships, and eventually disappeared without explanation before reaching Japan. No wreckage was ever found. Some believe the Kamchatka was cursed, doomed from the start by something unnatural lurking on board. Others speculate that the crew fell victim to a mass hallucination, driven mad by something hidden deep within the ship. Whatever the truth, the fate of the Kamchatka remains one of naval history's most eerie unsolved mysteries. The Yonaguni Ghost Fleet, sunken ships that whisper in the deep. Off the coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni, lies an eerie collection of sunken ships, resting silently on the ocean floor. Unlike other shipwreck sites, where rusting hulls decay quietly over centuries, the Yonaguni wrecks are different. Divers who explore the wrecks report hearing faint whispers, even though no one else is around. Some have seen strange lights flickering in the deep, moving against the current, as if something unseen is lurking within the wreckage. One ship, an old fishing vessel known as the Kayo Maru, is said to be the most haunted. Several divers who entered its rusting interior claimed to feel an invisible force pulling them deeper, as if the ship itself was trying to drag them down. Some returned in a panic, swearing they heard voices speaking in a language they didn't recognize. Many refuse to dive there now, believing the site is cursed. Some speculate that the Yonaguni Ghost Fleet is located at a convergence of powerful underwater energy fields, creating distortions in reality. Others believe the wrecks may be guarded by something ancient, something that does not wish to be disturbed. But no one knows for sure. All that remains are the whispers in the deep. Are these shipwrecks truly cursed? From the haunted decks of the Queen Mary to the ghostly remains of Yonaguni, the stories of these shipwrecks are eerily consistent. Unexplained disappearances, phantom sounds, strange lights, and feelings of an unseen presence watching from the depths. Are these ships truly cursed, or do they simply hold the imprints of tragedy, echoes of the souls lost at sea? Some believe the ocean itself is alive, remembering every death, every disaster, every final scream that fades into the waves. Perhaps the ghosts of these shipwrecks are not just echoes. Perhaps in the deepest places of the sea, something still lingers, and maybe, just maybe, some wrecks are never truly abandoned. They are just waiting. Part 19. The Abyssal Giants. Do colossal sea creatures still lurk in the depths? The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, yet we have explored less than 5% of its depths. The deeper we go, the more the laws of biology seem to bend. Fish with transparent skin, creatures that glow in total darkness, sharks that live for 400 years. But what if something even larger, something truly monstrous, still roams these uncharted waters? Sailors throughout history have spoken of gargantuan sea monsters capable of dragging ships beneath the waves. Some of these stories sound like myths, legends told by men driven mad by the sea. But others refuse to die, and even today there are reports of creatures so massive, so alien, that scientists struggle to explain. Is it possible that the deep sea still hides giants, survivors from a prehistoric past, unseen by human eyes? Or are these creatures something else entirely, something that has always been watching us from below? The colossal squid, a creature once thought impossible for centuries. Sailors told stories of krakens, gigantic tentacled beasts said to wrap their limbs around entire ships and drag them to the ocean floor. Most scientists dismissed these tales as drunken exaggerations. Then in 2007, a group of researchers working near Antarctica caught something on film that changed everything. It was a colossal squid, a species never before seen alive. It was over 46 feet long, with hooks lining its tentacles and eyes the size of dinner plates. Unlike the well-known giant squid, which is long and streamlined, the colossal squid was shorter, thicker, and far more powerful, built to ambush and crush its prey. If a squid this massive could remain undetected for centuries, what else might be lurking in the deep? And more importantly, could the legends of something even larger be true? The Ningen, a humanoid giant beneath the ice, one of the strangest oceanic mysteries, comes not from ancient legends, but from modern military reports. For years, Japanese research vessels in the Southern Ocean, near Antarctica, have encountered something bizarre. They describe seeing a massive white figure gliding through the depths, sometimes surfacing for brief moments before vanishing again. This creature, known as the Ningen, is said to be between 60 and 100 feet long, with a vaguely humanoid shape. Some witnesses claim it has arms and legs, while others say it has whale-like skin but moves with unnatural precision. There is no confirmed footage of the Ningen, only grainy photographs and unsettling reports from crew members who swear they have seen it. Some researchers speculate that the Ningen might be an undiscovered species of giant ray or whale, but others believe it is something else entirely. Could this be an intelligent life form, hiding in the coldest, most inhospitable waters on Earth? Or is it something even stranger, something not from this world at all? The bloop, a sound that should not exist. In 1997, underwater listening stations picked up a sound that defied explanation. It was the loudest underwater noise ever recorded, so powerful that it was detected over 3,000 miles apart. The sound, later called the bloop, had a biological signature, meaning that whatever made it was likely alive. But here's the problem. For any known creature to make a sound that loud, it would have to be larger than a blue whale, the biggest animal on the planet. Was this the call of a hidden leviathan, deep in the trenches of the Pacific? Some scientists later suggested that the bloop was caused by ice shifting in Antarctica, but others remain unconvinced, pointing out that no other ice movement has ever produced a sound this powerful and organic. If it was alive, it means there's something in the ocean that we still don't understand, something we may never fully comprehend. The black demon, a shark beyond imagination, the megalodon, an ancient predator that grew over 60 feet long, ruled the oceans for millions of years before supposedly going extinct 2.6 million years ago. But some say it never disappeared at all. Fishermen off the coast of Mexico have reported sightings of a gigantic black shark, described as being as long as a bus with jagged bone-white teeth. They call it El Demonio Negro, the Black Demon. In some cases, these fishermen say their entire boats were nearly capsized as the massive shape lurched beneath them, sending waves crashing in every direction. Shark researchers argue that no known shark reaches that size today, but deep-sea divers and sonar scans have sometimes detected anomalous shapes moving far beneath the surface, too large to be any known species. Could the megalodon still be alive, hidden in the uncharted depths of the Pacific? Or is the Black Demon something else entirely, something even older than the megalodon, something we have never encountered before? The unseen giants of the hadal zone. Most of the ocean's life exists in the first few hundred feet of water, where sunlight penetrates. But below that, in the hadal zone, deeper than 20,000 feet, is a realm of darkness, colder than the Arctic, and under pressures so extreme that human bones would be crushed instantly. Very few expeditions have ever explored this part of the world, but those who have returned speak of strange things. Deep-sea probes have captured gigantic shifting shadows, things that move faster than any known deep-sea fish. Some researchers say they've encountered vast glowing shapes, hovering in the darkness before disappearing into the abyss. In 2011, a deep-sea rover exploring the Mariana Trench, the deepest place on Earth, suddenly lost contact. When the footage was retrieved, it showed something massive moving in the distance, a shape so large it eclipsed the camera's entire field of view. But before the rover could capture anything else, the transmission cut out. Scientists say it could have been a giant squid or an undiscovered jellyfish. But what if it was something else, something that wasn't supposed to be seen? Could these be ancient beasts that escaped time? There is one final chilling theory, one that suggests these creatures are not new, but very, very old. Some believe that the deep ocean is a time capsule, a place where species that should have gone extinct millions of years ago have continued to survive, unchanged, in total isolation. The coelacanth, a fish believed to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, was found alive and unchanged off the coast of South Africa in 1938. The goblin shark, an ancient species with a nightmarish appearance, has remained unchanged for over 125 million years. Could there be even larger survivors lurking in the depths, creatures from a time before humans, still ruling their silent world far beneath us? If the ocean keeps its secrets well, then the most terrifying ones might still be waiting to be discovered. The deep sea holds secrets we may never understand, from giant humanoid figures beneath the ice to creatures larger than blue whales. The ocean is a realm of mysteries. We like to believe that we have mapped our planet, that we know what kinds of creatures live alongside us. But the truth is, we don't. The deep sea is largely unexplored, and the few glimpses we have seen only raise more questions. Are these creatures real, or are they something else, something we were never meant to see? Perhaps one day, we will finally know, or perhaps they are watching us already.
Part 20. The Sunken Civilizations. Lost cities beneath the waves. Beneath the waves, hidden beneath centuries of shifting sands and crushing darkness, lie the remains of civilizations long forgotten. Some of them sank due to natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, and rising sea levels swallowing entire cities whole. Others seem to have vanished mysteriously, their ruins left to be rediscovered thousands of years later. But the deeper we explore, the more unsettling the questions become. How many ancient cities still rest beneath the waves, waiting to be found? Could some of these ruins predate recorded history, suggesting that civilizations existed far earlier than we ever imagined? And most chilling of all, did these cities fall due to natural causes, or were they erased on purpose? These are the sunken civilizations, the lost worlds beneath the sea. The lost city of Heracleion, Egypt's forgotten Atlantis. For centuries, Heracleion was known only in legend. Ancient Greek historians wrote of a magnificent Egyptian port city, a bustling hub where merchants from Greece, Egypt, and the Mediterranean came to trade goods and worship the gods. At its center was a grand temple, dedicated to the god Amun-Ra, where pharaohs would come to perform sacred rituals. But as time passed, the city was swallowed by the sea. For over 1,200 years, it was thought to be just a myth, a lost legend, much like Atlantis. Then in 2000, a team of underwater archaeologists made a shocking discovery off the coast of Egypt. Buried beneath 30 feet of water, they found the ruins of Heracleion, massive statues of Egyptian gods, still standing upright. Gold coins, ceremonial relics, and everyday objects, perfectly preserved in the seabed. Even entire stone temples that had been swallowed whole by the Mediterranean. But what caused the city to sink? Some believe that Heracleion was built on unstable ground, slowly sinking over centuries before finally being consumed by the waves. Others speculate that a catastrophic earthquake or tsunami sent it plunging beneath the sea in a single apocalyptic event. But a more unsettling theory remains. What if the city was intentionally destroyed, erased from history, much like Atlantis? The reason? A secret hidden within its walls, something too powerful or dangerous to be left standing. For now, Heracleion remains an eerie reminder of how easily a civilization can be lost, and how many more may still be waiting to be found. The ruins of Dwarka, India's sunken kingdom. The ancient Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, describes a city of unimaginable beauty, ruled by Lord Krishna himself. It was called Dwarka, and it was said to be one of the most advanced cities of its time, filled with golden palaces, towering structures, and intricate canals. But one day, the city was pulled beneath the waves, lost forever. For thousands of years, scholars dismissed Dwarka as just a myth, a religious story, rather than a real place. Then in the 1980s, divers exploring the Gulf of Kumset off India's coast made a shocking discovery. Beneath 130 feet of water, they found the remains of a massive city, its foundations stretching over 5 miles across the seabed. Among the ruins, they uncovered pottery, human remains, and tools that were carbon dated to over 9,000 years old. This discovery changed everything. If these dates are correct, it would mean that Dwarka is one of the oldest known cities in the world, predating even the Egyptian pyramids. More importantly, it suggests that highly developed civilizations existed thousands of years earlier than mainstream history acknowledges. Was Dwarka truly the city of Lord Krishna, or was it a forgotten empire, buried beneath the waves? And if one city from legend has been found, how many more are still waiting? Cuban underwater city, the ruins that shouldn't exist. In 2001, a team of oceanographers working off the coast of Cuba detected something strange on their sonar scans. At a depth of over 2,000 feet, they found a massive symmetrical structure, one that looked like an ancient city, complete with roads, pyramids, and even possible temples. This was impossible. For a city to be buried this deep, it would have to be at least 50,000 years old, far older than any known civilization on Earth. When robotic submarines were sent down to investigate, they captured blurry but unmistakable footage of huge stone structures, arranged in geometric patterns, eerily similar to the ruins of Mayan and Aztec cities. Scientists were baffled. No known civilization existed 50,000 years ago. Humans, as we understand them, were primitive hunter-gatherers at the time, certainly not building monumental cities. So who built it? One possibility is that it is the remains of a lost civilization, one that thrived before a cataclysmic event. Perhaps an ancient tsunami, pole shift, or global flood wiped it from history. Could this be evidence of an unknown chapter in human history, one we have yet to fully uncover? Or is it proof of something even more unsettling, a civilization that was never meant to be found? Atlantis, a civilization wiped from history. Of all the lost cities, none is more infamous than Atlantis. Described by Plato over 2,400 years ago, Atlantis was said to be a technologically advanced civilization, rich in knowledge, wealth, and power. But according to legend, the city was destroyed in a single night, vanishing beneath the ocean in a catastrophic event. For centuries, scholars debated whether Atlantis was real or simply a philosophical metaphor. But what if it was neither? What if Atlantis was an ancient warning, a story meant to preserve the memory of a real civilization that was wiped from history? Some theorists believe that Atlantis may have been located near the Azores, an island chain in the Atlantic Ocean, where submerged ruins have been detected. Others argue it could have been Antarctica, buried beneath the ice, after a dramatic shift in Earth's climate. But the most chilling theory, What if Atlantis was destroyed not by natural forces, but by something else, something that wanted it gone? If Atlantis was truly a superior civilization, could it have discovered something dangerous, something that led to its deliberate erasure? If so, the real question isn't where Atlantis is. It's why it was hidden in the first place. How many more cities are still waiting to be found? If history has taught us anything, it's that the ocean does not give up its secrets easily. For centuries, we believed cities like Heraklion, Dwarka, and Pavlopetri were myths until we found them. But how many more are still waiting beneath the waves? How many ancient civilizations have been lost to time, erased by nature, or by something else? Some researchers believe there may be hundreds of sunken cities waiting to be discovered, buried beneath centuries of silt, stone, and secrecy. And what if the next lost city we find doesn't just rewrite history? What if it changes everything we think we know? Perhaps the most terrifying truth is not that these cities are lost, but that they were never meant to be found. Part 21. The ocean's vanishing ships, unexplained disappearances that defy logic. The ocean is vast, silent, and unforgiving. It has swallowed ships whole, leaving behind no wreckage, no survivors, and no explanation. Throughout history, vessels have set sail, their crews confident in their routes, only to vanish without a trace. Some disappear in the middle of a storm, others in calm waters under clear skies. Sometimes, ships are found later, drifting aimlessly, abandoned, as if the crew had simply vanished into thin air. Theories range from rogue waves and mutinies to unseen forces that pull ships into another dimension. But in some cases, the disappearances are so bizarre, so utterly inexplicable, that no theory fully explains what happened. Could these vanishings be the result of unknown natural forces, or is there something lurking beneath the waves, something that watches, waits, and takes? These are the ocean's vanishing ships, cases that remain unsolved to this day. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops, swallowed by the Bermuda Triangle, in March 1918, the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy fuel ship, set sail from Brazil, heading back to the United States. It was one of the largest ships in the US fleet, nearly 550 feet long, carrying 306 people and a full load of cargo. Then, it vanished. The last known message from the Cyclops was routine, reporting calm seas and smooth sailing. But after that, it was never seen again. No distress call, no wreckage, no survivors. The ship had entered the infamous Bermuda Triangle, a region known for unexplained disappearances of ships and planes. Theories immediately swirled. Did the ship capsize in a storm? No evidence of bad weather was found. Was it attacked by a German submarine? No wartime records suggest any enemy engagement. Did it suffer a catastrophic mechanical failure? Even if so, wreckage should have been found. But perhaps the most chilling detail is this. In the years after the Cyclops disappeared, two of its sister ships, both identical in design, also vanished in the same area, under similar circumstances, without a single trace. Could something be lurking in the Bermuda Triangle, taking ships without warning? The vanishing of the MV Joyita, a ghost ship left to drift. The MV Joyita set sail from Samoa in October 1955, on what should have been a routine journey. The weather was clear, the ship well maintained, but it never arrived at its destination. 5 weeks later, a search team found the Joyita drifting over 600 miles off course. It was completely abandoned. Food and supplies were still on board. The cargo was untouched. The life rafts were missing, but there was no sign of distress, no struggle, no blood. Even stranger, the ship's radio was tuned to the international distress signal, but its antenna was damaged, suggesting that the crew had tried to send a message before they vanished. But the most bizarre discovery was the ship's clock, which had stopped at exactly 10:25, as if marking the precise moment something went terribly wrong. Where did the crew go? Why did they abandon a seaworthy ship with food, supplies, and working equipment? And why has not a single person from the Joyita ever been found? To this day, the fate of its 25 crew members remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries. The Mary Celeste, the ship that sailed itself, on December 5, 1872, a British merchant ship named the DEI Greatia was sailing across the Atlantic when its crew spotted something unusual. A ship drifting silently. Its sails were tattered, its movements erratic, as if no one was steering it. The British crew approached carefully, calling out, no response. When they boarded the vessel, they found its name Mary Celeste. But something was terribly wrong. The ship was completely intact, no signs of a struggle, no water damage, no sign of distress. The crew's food and personal belongings were untouched, but every single person on board had vanished. The lifeboat was missing, yet there were no signs that anyone had needed to leave. There was no storm recorded in the area, there were no signs of an attack. The captain's log ended abruptly, with nothing unusual reported. Theories ranged from pirates and mutiny to underwater earthquakes. Some even suggested that the crew had been taken by something unnatural, perhaps an unseen force, a monstrous sea creature, or something that cannot be explained by science. Whatever happened, the crew of the Mary Celeste was never seen again. The ship, cursed by its mysterious fate, never found another owner willing to sail it. It was eventually intentionally wrecked on a reef, taking its secrets to the ocean floor. The Kaz the Sitchin, the ghost yacht that sailed alone. In 2007, the Kaz the Sitchin, a 40-foot catamaran, left Australia for a short trip along the coast. Days later, it was found floating aimlessly, sails up, motor running. On board, investigators found a table set for a meal, as if the crew had just stepped away for a moment. A laptop still open and running. Life jackets still in storage, suggesting the crew had left without taking safety equipment. But the 3 crew members were gone. No distress calls were ever made. No blood. No sign of a struggle, just nothing. The only clue. A single video recording found on board, showing the men just hours before they vanished, laughing, smiling, completely unaware that something was about to take them. What is stealing these ships? History is filled with ships that have vanished into the abyss, leaving behind no wreckage, no signals, no survivors. Some cases can be explained, storms, rogue waves, even criminal activity, but others remain beyond reason. Could there be forces in the ocean we do not yet understand? Some scientists speculate that strange magnetic anomalies could interfere with navigation and cause electrical failures. Others suggest that deep-sea whirlpools, unseen from the surface, might be pulling ships to their doom. And then there are the darker theories. What if something ancient, something unknown, lurks in the deepest parts of the ocean? What if the sea takes what it wants, and some ships were simply never meant to return? Whatever the truth, the ocean remains a graveyard of vanished vessels, each disappearance, a reminder that beneath the waves, some mysteries will never be solved.
Part 22. The deep sea's forbidden zones. Places no one is allowed to explore. The ocean is Earth's final frontier, a vast, uncharted wilderness filled with mysteries we are only beginning to understand. Some regions are so remote, so extreme, that no human has ever set foot in them. Others remain deliberately off-limits, surrounded by secrecy, conspiracy, and unanswered questions. Governments have imposed strict no-entry zones in certain parts of the sea. Entire regions are off-limits to research, commercial activity, and even military exploration. Some areas have been declared too dangerous for human travel, while others hold classified military secrets that the public is not allowed to know. But what exactly is being hidden beneath the waves? Are these regions off-limits simply because they are dangerous? Or could something more unsettling, something the world is not ready to face, be lurking beneath the surface? These are the forbidden zones of the deep sea, places that no one is allowed to explore. Point Nemo, the ocean's most isolated place. Deep in the South Pacific lies a place more remote than any other on Earth. It is called Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. This is the farthest point from any landmass on the planet, sitting over 1,600 miles from the nearest coast. In fact, the closest humans to Point Nemo at any given time are usually astronauts aboard the International Space Station, orbiting Earth over 250 miles above. But here's where things get strange. Point Nemo is not just remote, it is also one of the most restricted areas in the world. No commercial vessels travel through it, no fishing or research missions are permitted, even military ships avoid it. Why? Because Point Nemo is the official graveyard of spacecraft. When satellites and space stations reach the end of their lifespan, they are programmed to crash into this exact region.
ensuring that no debris ever threatens populated land. The remains of over 260 spacecraft, including parts of the Russian Mir space station, now rest at the bottom of this isolated abyss. But some believe Point Nemo holds secrets far older than space debris. In 1997, NOAA hydrophones in the area recorded the famous Bloop, an unexplainably loud underwater noise, one of the most powerful ever detected. The Bloop came from deep beneath Point Nemo, and its signature suggested it was biological, as if an enormous creature had made the sound. But no known animal is large enough to produce a noise that powerful. Is Point Nemo hiding something in its depths, something we were never meant to find? Or is it being used as a deliberate dumping ground, not just for spacecraft, but for secrets that should remain buried beneath the waves? The Mariana Trench, a no-go zone for civilians. The Mariana Trench is the deepest part of the ocean, stretching down over 36,000 feet, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. It is a place of eternal darkness, where the pressure is so intense that most submarines would be crushed instantly. Despite being one of the most significant geological features on Earth, the Mariana Trench is highly restricted. Only a handful of deep-sea missions have ever been allowed to explore it, most of them military or government-controlled. Why is a natural feature of our own planet so tightly controlled? Some theories suggest that the US Navy uses the trench for classified military testing, possibly deep-sea surveillance systems or experimental underwater vehicles. Others believe that something far stranger is being kept secret. In 2016, researchers recorded a mysterious, unidentified sound coming from deep within the trench, nicknamed the Western Pacific Biotwang. Unlike the Bloop, this noise repeated at regular intervals, almost as if it were a signal. Scientists propose that it could be an unknown species of whale, but no whale known to science makes sounds at such a low depth or in this frequency range. Could the Mariana Trench be home to an undiscovered deep-sea species, something we are deliberately being kept away from? Or is it being monitored for an entirely different reason, one that we are not meant to know? The Dragon's Triangle, Asia's version of the Bermuda Triangle. On the opposite side of the world from the Bermuda Triangle, another region of ocean has gained a terrifying reputation. The Dragon's Triangle, also known as the Devil's Sea, located off the coast of Japan. This area has been responsible for hundreds of disappearances, ships and planes that vanish without explanation. The Japanese government officially classifies the region as a dangerous zone, advising all civilian and commercial vessels to avoid it. But why? Between 1952 and 1954, 5 Japanese military vessels disappeared in the Dragon's Triangle without a trace. Over 700 crew members were lost. In response, Japan sent a large research vessel, the Kaio Maru No. 5, to investigate. It too vanished, along with all 31 researchers on board. After this, the Japanese government permanently abandoned all efforts to explore the area. Even today, many ships completely avoid the region, citing unpredictable anomalies, rogue waves, and magnetic distortions. Could the Dragon's Triangle be a natural energy vortex, similar to those reported in the Bermuda Triangle? Or is something more intelligent, something that does not wish to be found, responsible for these vanishings? The forbidden depths of Antarctica. Antarctica is home to some of the most mysterious and restricted areas in the world, and its surrounding oceans are no exception. Despite being one of the most unexplored regions on Earth, large portions of Antarctica's oceanic territory are completely off-limits to all research, even private exploration. But why? Some theorists believe that Antarctica hides something ancient, a secret so profound that it has been deliberately kept hidden. In 2017, satellite images captured a strange dark opening in the ice near the Weddell Sea. Some suggested it was a natural phenomenon, while others speculated it could be an entrance to a hidden subglacial world. The waters surrounding Antarctica have also yielded strange findings, including unexplained structures deep beneath the ice shelf, high-frequency underwater signals with unknown origins, bizarre, fast-moving objects detected by sonar, moving in ways no known marine creature can. Could Antarctica be home to an undiscovered civilization buried beneath the ice for thousands of years? And if so, why is the rest of the world so determined to keep us away from it? Are these places off-limits for our safety, or theirs? From Point Nemo to the Mariana Trench, from the Dragon's Triangle to the frozen depths of Antarctica, vast portions of the ocean remain strictly off-limits to exploration. Governments tell us it's for our safety, that these areas are too dangerous, too extreme for human travel. But what if the truth is far more unsettling? What if these zones are restricted not to protect us, but to protect something else? Perhaps, hidden in the black depths, something ancient still waits, something that does not want to be found, or worse, something that has already found us. Part 23. The Abyssal Trenches, Earth's Final Frontier, and what might be lurking there. The ocean is vast, mysterious, and largely unexplored. But beyond the shallows, beyond the coral reefs and the sunlit waters, lies a world so extreme, so alien, that it might as well be another planet. These are the abyssal trenches, the deepest parts of the ocean, where sunlight never reaches, temperatures hover just above freezing, and the weight of the water above is so immense that most life forms would be crushed instantly. Yet, against all odds, life does exist there. Strange bioluminescent creatures with transparent skin, fish with no eyes, and life forms so bizarre that they defy classification. But what if the things we have found are only the smallest inhabitants of this hidden world? What if something much larger, much older, something unknown lurks in the abyssal trenches, watching from below? The deepest places on Earth remain the least explored, but perhaps there's a reason for that. The Mariana Trench, the deepest place on Earth. The Mariana Trench is the most famous of all ocean trenches, a 36,000 foot deep chasm that cuts through the Pacific Ocean floor like a scar. If you were to place Mount Everest at its bottom, the peak of the mountain would still be over a mile beneath the surface. For centuries, scientists believed nothing could live at such crushing depths. But when unmanned submersibles first explored the trench, they found life flourishing in the darkness. But not just any life, things that should not exist. Giant amphipods, shrimp-like creatures 10 times larger than their shallow water relatives. Gelatinous fish with no bones, their bodies more fluid than solid to withstand the extreme pressure. Gigantic tube worms, feeding off deep-sea thermal vents, thriving in conditions that should be uninhabitable. But these were just the small things. The truly unsettling discoveries came when deep-sea probes recorded shadowy figures, far larger than anything scientists expected, moving in the darkness. One robotic submersible, launched in 2014, captured a glimpse of an enormous snake-like shape, but before it could get a clearer image, something struck the probe, hard enough to damage its instruments and send it tumbling. Scientists dismissed it as a malfunction, but others believe the probe was attacked by something lurking in the abyss. And if something that large is down there, what else might be hiding in the deepest parts of the trench? The Java Trench, the unknown abyss of the Indian Ocean. While the Mariana Trench has been explored, at least partially, the Java Trench, located in the Indian Ocean, is a different story. It is one of the longest and least explored trenches on Earth, stretching over 2,600 miles, yet it has received almost no scientific attention. Why? Some researchers say the Java Trench has conditions too extreme for deep-sea exploration, with massive undersea landslides, unpredictable currents, and shifting tectonic plates. Others believe something else is keeping people away. In 2017, an Australian deep-sea exploration team sent a probe into the Java Trench. The mission was routine: collect sediment samples, record environmental data, and capture footage of the trench's ecosystem. But something went horribly wrong. The probe descended as planned, but within 3 hours, all contact was lost. The last transmission contained distorted footage, showing something massive moving in the distance, but before researchers could analyze the data, the signal cut out completely. The probe was never found. Some believe the Java Trench may house an undiscovered predator, something so large and elusive that it has remained hidden from science. Others think the trench might be home to a deep-sea geothermal anomaly, an underwater volcano or heat source unlike anything we've ever encountered. But the truth, we simply don't know, because no one has dared to return to the Java Trench since. The Puerto Rico Trench, a site of mysterious phenomena. The Puerto Rico Trench is the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean, reaching depths of 27,500 feet. It is also one of the most geologically active regions in the world, sitting along a major tectonic fault line. But beyond its geological significance, the Puerto Rico Trench has a history of bizarre occurrences. Unidentified submerged objects, USOs. Numerous reports describe fast-moving underwater objects, detected by naval sonar but never visually confirmed. Anomalous magnetic fields. Pilots flying over the trench have reported compass malfunctions and electromagnetic disturbances similar to those recorded in the Bermuda Triangle. Deep-sea booms. Seismic monitoring stations have detected massive unexplained underwater booms, loud enough to be recorded across thousands of miles. Some scientists believe the trench may be home to deep-sea methane releases, huge pockets of gas escaping from the seafloor, which could theoretically cause ships to sink. Others, however, believe something else is happening. The Puerto Rico Trench is one of the only places in the Atlantic where researchers have recorded movements of extremely large, unidentified creatures, life forms that do not match any known marine species. Could the trench be home to a deep-sea species we have yet to discover? Or is there something more unnatural at work, something that defies explanation? The Kermadec Trench, the unexplored void located near New Zealand. The Kermadec Trench is one of the deepest, least explored places on Earth. At over 32,000 feet deep, it remains one of the last untouched frontiers of the ocean. What makes the Kermadec Trench so eerie isn't just its depth, but the absolute silence surrounding it. Unlike the Mariana Trench or the Java Trench, the Kermadec Trench has seen almost no human exploration. Why? Because every attempt to explore it has ended in failure. In 1996, a New Zealand research team sent an unmanned probe down into the trench. It vanished without explanation. In 2008, a deep-sea submersible attempting to descend into the Kermadec Trench suffered a catastrophic systems failure at only 7,000 feet, forcing the team to abort the mission. In 2013, a research drone scanning the trench picked up a massive moving shape, one so large that it overshadowed the entire scanning field. But before the drone could capture more data, it was completely disabled. The ocean is full of strange, unexplored places, but few are as mysterious as the Kermadec Trench. No one knows what's down there. No one seems able to explore it. And maybe, no one is supposed to. What is lurking in the deepest trenches? The abyssal trenches are the darkest, coldest, most extreme environments on Earth. We cannot see into their depths. We do not know what thrives in their darkness. And the few times we have tried to explore, we have returned with more questions than answers. Are these trenches home to massive undiscovered creatures, survivors from an ancient past? Are they hiding geological anomalies, creating electromagnetic disturbances that we do not understand? Or is there something else, something deeper, older, and more intelligent, watching us from below? We may never know, because the deeper we go, the more the ocean reminds us of one simple, terrifying fact: some places were never meant to be explored. Part 24. The deep sea's unnatural structures, evidence of lost civilizations or something else. The ocean floor is not just a barren wasteland of sand and rock. It is littered with mysterious structures, some built by nature, others shaped by unknown hands. Across the depths, divers and researchers have discovered pyramids, roads, massive stone formations, and artificial-looking ruins resting in the abyss. Some of these structures are far older than recorded history, while others appear to be modern constructs found where no human has ever set foot. Who or what built them? Are they evidence of a forgotten civilization that once thrived before the great floods that reshaped the earth? Or do they point to something even stranger, something non-human, something that has always been down there, hidden beneath the waves? These are the unnatural structures of the deep sea, discoveries that challenge everything we know about history. The underwater pyramids of Yonaguni, a lost civilization beneath the waves. Off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, at a depth of nearly 100 feet, lies a massive stone monument that defies explanation. First discovered in 1986 by a local diver, the structure looks man-made, featuring flat terraces, stair-like formations, and angular walls that appear to be carefully carved. At first glance, it resembles a sunken city, perhaps a forgotten civilization buried by rising sea levels thousands of years ago. But scientists disagree. Some geologists argue that the Yonaguni monument is a natural formation, sculpted by ocean currents over time. Others insist that the precision of its angles and staircases is too deliberate, suggesting human hands were involved in shaping it. But here's the real mystery. If the Yonaguni monument is truly man-made, it would mean that humans were constructing massive stone structures over 10,000 years ago, long before the Great Pyramids of Egypt, even before written history began. Could this be evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization, one that existed before an ancient cataclysm wiped it from the record, or is something even stranger at play? The Baltic Sea anomaly, a sunken UFO. In 2011, a team of Swedish treasure hunters searching the Baltic Sea came across something inexplicable. Using sonar, they detected a massive circular object resting on the ocean floor, nearly 200 feet wide, shaped like a perfect disc. It looked nothing like a natural rock formation. Even stranger, it appeared to have staircases leading into it. It had a strange groove behind it, as if it had crashed and skidded along the ocean floor. Electronic equipment failed when approaching it, disrupting sonar and communication systems. Some scientists believe the anomaly is simply a natural rock formation, sculpted by glaciers, but others claim that it could be the remains of an artificial structure, perhaps even a crashed UFO. No further exploration has been allowed, and the anomaly remains shrouded in secrecy. If it's just a rock, why has no team been permitted to fully examine it? And if it isn't, what exactly is it? The Bimini Road, an ancient pathway beneath the Atlantic. In 1968, divers off the coast of Bimini Island in the Bahamas found something that shouldn't exist. Beneath the turquoise waters, they discovered a massive symmetrical pathway of huge rectangular stones, laid out in a formation that looked eerily like a man-made road. The stones were perfectly aligned, stretching for nearly half a mile before disappearing into the sand. Some researchers immediately linked the Bimini Road to the lost city of Atlantis, believing it could be evidence of a sunken civilization. But skeptics argue that the stones are simply natural limestone formations, shaped by ocean currents over thousands of years. The mystery deepened when further exploration revealed a second, deeper layer of stone slabs beneath the first, suggesting that this structure is far older than originally thought. If the Bimini Road is a remnant of an ancient civilization, who built it? And more importantly, what else might be buried beneath the sea floor? Cuba's sunken megaliths, the underwater Atlantis. In 2001, a group of researchers scanning the seafloor near Cuba's western coast discovered something that defied explanation. At a depth of 2,000 feet, their sonar detected a massive collection of stone structures, pyramidal formations, geometric shapes, and what appeared to be roads. These weren't random piles of rock. They were arranged in a clear, structured layout, eerily similar to a city. But the problem was this: for these ruins to be this deep, they would have to be at least 50,000 years old, far older than any known civilization. When underwater cameras were sent down, they captured blurry images of smooth stone blocks stacked on top of one another, forming what looked like walls and terraces. Could this be evidence of a lost civilization predating all known history? Or is there another explanation, one that challenges everything we believe about human history? The deep sea's unexplained architecture. Who or what built these structures? The more we explore the ocean, the more we find things that should not exist. Perfectly carved stone structures, buried beneath miles of water. Geometric formations, seemingly laid out by intelligent hands. Massive anomalies, detected by sonar, but never fully explained. Are these ruins evidence of an advanced civilization wiped out long ago, perhaps by an ancient flood, or even a cataclysm beyond our understanding? Or is there another possibility? Some researchers believe these unusual formations could be the work of something non-human, a civilization that never lived on land, but instead thrived beneath the ocean's surface. If this is true, are they still there, watching, waiting? Perhaps the reason we haven't been able to fully explore these sites is not because we lack technology, but because something down there does not want us to. And maybe, just maybe, we were never meant to find these places at all. Part 25. The deep sea's unexplained lights, signals from the abyss or something else. The ocean is a place of darkness. Sunlight only penetrates the uppermost layers of the sea, vanishing completely after about 650 feet. Beyond that, the world is a lightless void, stretching for miles into the abyss. Or at least, that's what we've always believed. But strange lights have been reported deep beneath the waves, flashes, pulses, and glowing objects that seem to move with purpose. Some of these lights are biological bioluminescent creatures that use light to hunt, communicate, or camouflage themselves. But others, Others have no known origin. For centuries, sailors have reported seeing eerie glowing lights beneath their ships, sometimes drifting lazily, other times darting at impossible speeds. Naval sonar operators have detected mysterious moving objects, too fast to be marine life, too deep to be submarines. And then there are the deep-sea pulses, strange rhythmic bursts of light detected by underwater cameras, as if something far below is signaling. Are these lights just misunderstood natural phenomena, or could they be something more, a form of communication from an intelligence hidden in the ocean's depths? This is the mystery of the deep sea's unexplained lights. The Baltic Sea Lights, a strange encounter below the surface. In 1973, a Swedish naval crew was conducting sonar tests in the Baltic Sea when something unusual happened. The team reported seeing a bright bluish-white light moving beneath their vessel, several hundred feet below the surface. The light was not stationary, it seemed to move against the ocean currents. It did not match the signature of any known marine animal. As the crew attempted to track it, all sonar readings went blank, as if something had disrupted their instruments. The event lasted for nearly 4 minutes before the light faded and vanished into the abyss. What could have caused this? Bioluminescent organisms can create bright flashes, but they cannot jam sonar signals. Some theories suggest that deep-sea geothermal vents might produce luminescent reactions, but no such vents exist in the Baltic Sea. Could this have been an unidentified submerged object, a craft of unknown origin, hiding in the deep? Or was it something more ancient, something watching from the darkness? The Pacific Ocean deep pulses, unexplained signals from the abyss. In 2016, a group of oceanographers studying the Mariana Trench made a startling discovery. While using high-sensitivity cameras at a depth of nearly 30,000 feet, they detected brief pulsing flashes of light in the surrounding darkness. The pulses followed a strange repeating pattern, a bright flash lasting about 5 seconds, a pause of approximately 10 seconds, another flash, slightly dimmer than the first. The cycle repeated for over 2 hours before stopping completely. Even more bizarre, when the pulses stopped, a deep low-frequency sound was recorded at the same depth, almost like a distant echoing hum. What could have caused this? No known deep-sea organism produces light in this way. No natural geological process is known to create structured pulses like this. The rhythmic nature of the lights suggests a pattern, possibly intentional. Some researchers suggested this might be a new form of bioluminescence, but no creature capable of producing such long, deliberate flashes has ever been discovered. Others theorized it might be an unknown form of deep-sea lightning, but no electrical disturbances were recorded in the area. If this was not a natural event, then what was it? The false sun of the Gulf of Mexico, an impossible glow beneath the surface. One of the strangest deep-sea light phenomena ever recorded occurred in 2009, when a team of offshore oil rig workers in the Gulf of Mexico witnessed something they could not explain. During a routine nighttime operation, divers working several hundred feet beneath the surface reported seeing what they described as a false sun, a bright golden glow radiating from the seafloor below them. The light was diffuse, not coming from a single point, but spreading across the ocean floor. It appeared to pulse slightly, fading, and then growing stronger, almost like a living thing breathing. Despite its intensity, it did not cast shadows, suggesting it was not coming from a physical source. The divers were ordered to resurface immediately, and the operation was abruptly halted. When remotely operated cameras were sent down to investigate, the light was gone, as if it had never been there. No explanation was ever given for what the divers had seen. Was this simply an illusion caused by underwater reflections? Or was there something else, something buried deep beneath the ocean floor, emitting an energy we do not yet understand? The deep-sea searchlights of the South Atlantic. For years, submarine crews have reported seeing unexplainable beams of light moving through the deep ocean. These searchlights, as they are often described, appear as thin, focused beams of light, cutting through the darkness, as if scanning the seafloor. Most famous is the 1974 South Atlantic incident, when a US Navy nuclear submarine, conducting classified operations off the coast of Argentina, detected an unknown light source moving beneath them. According to declassified naval reports, the light was observed at a depth of nearly 2,000 feet, moving at unrealistic speeds. It maintained a precise straight-line trajectory, unlike any known marine life. It lasted for 7 minutes, then suddenly disappeared, without fading or moving away. Attempts to follow or track the source failed completely. Could this have been a natural deep-sea phenomenon, such as bioluminescence? Or was it something more? Some believe these searchlight-like beams could be evidence of unknown underwater technology, possibly belonging to unidentified submerged objects, USOs. If so, who or what is using them? And why? What are these lights trying to tell us? The ocean has always been a place of mystery, but the presence of structured, intelligent light phenomena in the deep sea raises unsettling questions. Are these lights the work of undiscovered life forms, using unknown forms of communication? Are they natural energy anomalies, produced by forces we have yet to understand? Or could they be deliberate signals, sent by something living in the abyss, something that sees us as intruders? We assume the deep sea is silent, but perhaps we have been ignoring a message that has been flashing at us for centuries. Perhaps hidden beneath the waves, something is watching us, and perhaps it has been trying to make contact all along.
Part 26. The deep sea's unexplained disappearances, vanished without a trace. The ocean has always been a place of vanishing. Ships, submarines, planes, and even entire crews have disappeared without a single trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions. Some of these disappearances happened during violent storms, events where nature itself seemed determined to erase all evidence of what transpired. Others, however, took place in calm waters, under clear skies, with no logical reason for their loss. And then there are the disappearances that are even stranger, cases where vessels have been found intact, but abandoned, their crews gone without a single clue as to what happened. Could these vanishings be caused by hidden oceanic forces, freak accidents, or human error? Or is there something else lurking beneath the waves, something capable of making entire ships and their passengers disappear forever? These are the ocean's most disturbing unexplained disappearances. The vanishing of the USS Scorpion, a submarine lost in the deep in May 1968. The USS Scorpion, a nuclear-powered submarine, was traveling back to the United States from a mission in the Mediterranean. It was carrying 99 crew members. It never arrived. The last known communication from the Scorpion was completely routine. No signs of distress, no mechanical issues. Then suddenly, it was gone. For 5 months, the US Navy searched for the submarine, covering thousands of miles of open ocean. Then, in October 1968, the wreckage was finally located, nearly 10,000 feet below the surface of the Atlantic. But something about the wreck didn't make sense. The hull was crushed and twisted, as if subjected to an immense external force. The debris was scattered in a way that suggested the sub had not exploded from within, but had been crushed by something else. The cause of the sinking was never officially determined, leading to speculation that the Scorpion had been lost to something beyond our understanding. The official explanation suggested a torpedo malfunction, but many experts dispute this claim, pointing out inconsistencies in the wreckage and the classified nature of the investigation. What happened to the USS Scorpion? Did it suffer a mechanical failure? Or did something far more terrifying pull it into the deep? The vanishing of Flight 19, the Bermuda Triangle's most famous mystery. On December 5, 1945, a squadron of 5 US Navy torpedo bombers, known as Flight 19, took off from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for a routine training mission. They were supposed to practice bombing runs over the Atlantic before returning to base. They never came back. During the flight, the lead pilot, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, reported that his compass had malfunctioned and that he couldn't recognize any landmarks below. Even more disturbing, Taylor's final radio transmission suggested that the entire squadron had lost their bearings. "We are entering white water. Nothing seems right. We don't know where we are. The water looks strange. Don't follow me. They look like they're coming from the water." After that, silence. 5 planes, 14 crew members, all gone without a trace. A massive search was launched immediately, but not a single piece of wreckage was ever found. Even stranger, a rescue plane sent to locate Flight 19 also vanished, never to be seen again. Some believe Flight 19 was lost to a powerful storm or an electromagnetic anomaly in the Bermuda Triangle, but others suggest something else, something that rises from the ocean itself, may have taken them. The Cas de Saud, the yacht that sailed itself in April 2007.
the Seud, a modern 40-foot catamaran, set sail from Australia with 3 experienced sailors on board. Days later, it was found drifting aimlessly, its sails fully raised, its engine running, but with no one aboard. When investigators boarded the vessel, they found something truly eerie. The table was set for a meal, as if the crew had just been eating. A laptop was still open and running. Life jackets were still on board, suggesting the men had left without taking basic survival equipment. But the 3 crew members, nowhere to be found. No distress calls had been made. No bodies were ever recovered. The only clue was a single video recording, found on one of the crew's phones, taken just hours before their disappearance. In the footage, the 3 men are laughing and talking, completely unaware that something was about to take them. What happened to them? Some theories suggest that a freak wave swept them overboard, but if that were true, why would they have left without grabbing their life vests? Others believe the men may have jumped overboard voluntarily, but why abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel? Could something unseen, something from beneath the water, have pulled them away? Whatever happened, the Seud remains one of the most chilling disappearances in maritime history. The vanishing of the MV Derbyshire, swallowed without a trace. The MV Derbyshire was one of the largest ships ever to vanish without a trace. In 1980, the 91,000-ton bulk carrier set sail from Canada to Japan, carrying over 150,000 tons of iron ore. Then, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, it disappeared. No distress calls, no survivors, no wreckage. The search for the Derbyshire became one of the longest maritime investigations in history, and for over 14 years, nothing was found. Then in 1994, the wreckage was finally discovered at a depth of 13,000 feet, but the discovery raised more questions than answers. The ship had broken apart in a way that didn't match normal sinking patterns. Its hull was ripped open, suggesting an external force had acted upon it. There were no signs of an explosion or storm damage. Could an unknown force, perhaps a rogue wave, have torn the Derbyshire apart? Or was it something more unnatural, something capable of pulling a 91,000-ton vessel down into the abyss? What is making these ships, planes, and people vanish? The ocean is full of disappearances that defy logic. Some are attributed to storms, rogue waves, and mechanical failures. Others are blamed on human error and bad luck. But then there are the cases that cannot be explained. Could there be something in the deep sea, something that watches and waits, ready to take when the moment is right? Could there be forces in the ocean we do not yet understand, capable of pulling entire vessels beneath the waves without leaving a trace? Or is it possible that some of these disappearances are not accidents at all, but deliberate acts of an intelligence that does not wish to be found? One thing is certain: the ocean is vast, and it holds secrets we may never fully uncover, and somewhere beneath the waves, something is waiting. Part 27. The deep sea's unexplainable creatures, giants, monsters, and beings beyond science. For centuries, the ocean has been home to mythical beasts, stories of krakens, sea serpents, and colossal creatures lurking beneath the waves. Sailors told tales of ships being dragged beneath the surface by tentacled horrors, and entire coastlines living in fear of monsters that surfaced only at night. But what if these legends weren't just stories? What if they were glimpses of real creatures, seen only briefly before vanishing into the abyss? Science tells us that over 80% of the ocean remains unexplored. In the past century alone, we have discovered beings that seem almost alien: fish with transparent heads, jellyfish that glow like neon signs, and squids so massive that we barely understand their existence. And yet these are only the small things we have found. What if something much larger, much older, and far more intelligent still waits in the unexplored depths, something that doesn't want to be found? These are the ocean's unexplainable creatures, beings that science cannot identify, yet continue to be seen and reported by those who dare to venture into the unknown. The Ningen, the human-shaped creature of the Antarctic, in the freezing waters of the Southern Ocean, where the cold is deadly and the depths are unreachable. Multiple crews of Japanese research vessels have reported something impossible: a creature that looks almost human. Known as the Ningen, this being is described as a massive pale white humanoid, stretching between 60 to 100 feet long, with arms and legs, though some say they are fins that resemble limbs. No visible facial features, except for dark, empty eyes. A smooth pale body, as if covered in soft flesh rather than scales. The first sightings allegedly come from Japanese government research ships, conducting surveys of whale populations. Crew members reported seeing a giant, pale figure moving beneath the water, its form eerily humanoid. At first they believed it was an iceberg, until it moved. It swam slowly but deliberately, almost as if observing the ship. Then in an instant, it vanished beneath the ice, far too quickly for a whale or known marine life. What is the Ningen? Some believe it could be a previously undiscovered species of giant marine mammal, a prehistoric deep-sea creature that has survived undetected, a relic of a lost species, evolving separately in the freezing isolation of the Antarctic. But others suggest something even stranger, that the Ningen is not an animal at all. Could it be an intelligent being, one that has remained hidden in the uncharted waters of Antarctica? Or worse, what if it's not of this world at all? The strangest part, after reports of the Ningen started spreading online, many of the original accounts mysteriously vanished. Entire forum posts, videos and discussions were deleted without explanation. Why? Could someone or something be trying to hide the truth? The Black Demon, the shadow of the Pacific off the coast of Baja California, Mexico. Fishermen speak in hushed voices about a creature they call El Demonio Negro, the Black Demon. It is said to be a massive dark shape, moving just beneath the surface of the Pacific, casting an eerie shadow over boats, before disappearing into the deep. Descriptions match one terrifying possibility: a surviving megalodon, the prehistoric 60-foot-long shark that was thought to have gone extinct 2.6 million years ago. But if it truly died out, why do reports still persist? Fishermen describe a shark far larger than any great white, with dark, almost black skin, an aggressive nature, sometimes ramming boats hard enough to nearly capsize them, a presence that seems to appear and vanish without warning. Unlike regular sharks, which must constantly swim to survive, the Black Demon is said to rise from the depths, only to disappear as quickly as it came. Some believe it could be a new species of deep-sea predator, far larger than anything we've discovered, a megalodon survivor, hiding in the unexplored trenches of the Pacific, an unknown species of cryptid, one that thrives in darkness and isolation. No hard evidence has been found, no video footage, no remains, and yet, it keeps being seen. Could something this large have truly escaped discovery? Or is it possible that it only surfaces under certain conditions, making it nearly impossible to track? The giant sea serpent of the Norwegian deep. For centuries, Norwegian sailors have feared the sea serpent, a creature said to be longer than a ship, with a serpentine body, dark, scaled skin, and the ability to rise from the depths and pull entire vessels under. Modern skeptics dismiss these stories as old legends, but in 1845, something happened that shocked the scientific community. A Norwegian naval ship encountered a massive undulating creature moving just beneath the water's surface. The ship's captain and crew reported a creature over 50 feet long, moving with a sidewinding motion. Unlike any known fish, it raised part of its body above the surface, revealing a long snake-like form with dark scales. Then, after only a few moments, it plunged into the depths and was never seen again. Skeptics suggested it was an oarfish, a deep-sea species that can grow up to 36 feet. But those who witnessed it swore that it was something else, something far larger and more intelligent. Could there be a gigantic unknown species, living in the deep trenches off the Norwegian coast? Or could this be something even stranger, a creature that only rises when disturbed? What else lurks beneath the surface? For every known species of marine life, there are thousands more waiting to be discovered. The deep ocean is home to creatures that defy logic, beings that can glow in complete darkness, survive under pressures that would crush a human instantly, live for centuries, untouched by time. And yet, there are some creatures that don't fit anywhere in the tree of life, beings that appear only briefly before vanishing forever, move in ways no known species can, leave behind no evidence, only stories and fear. Are these animals simply undiscovered species, hidden in the uncharted waters of the deep? Or are they something more? A remnant of a prehistoric world, one that still exists far below, beyond human reach. A new species evolving in the abyss, adapting to a world where no human has ever set foot. Or something else entirely, something that does not belong in our understanding of life. The more we explore, the more we realize how little we truly know about the ocean, and the deeper we go, the more we begin to question what's really down there. Part 28. The Abyssal Echoes. Unexplained sounds from the deep. For centuries, sailors have spoken of the eerie sounds that echo from the depths of the ocean, whispers in the waves, low rumblings that shake entire vessels, and sharp, piercing noises that seem to come from nowhere. Some of these sounds have been dismissed as underwater earthquakes, shifting tectonic plates, or even the distant songs of whales, but others defy all explanation. They are not random, they are not chaotic, they are rhythmic, structured, almost as if they were meant to be heard. Since the dawn of modern sonar technology, humanity has captured sounds that challenge everything we know about the deep sea. These noises are sometimes loud enough to be recorded from thousands of miles away, yet no known source can be found. Some last for mere seconds, others persist for hours, and the most unsettling fact of all, many of these sounds originate from places so deep that life as we understand it should not be possible. One of the most infamous of these noises was detected in 1997 by hydrophones stationed deep within the Pacific Ocean. It was unlike anything ever recorded before, a long, low-frequency sound that rose in pitch before fading into silence. Scientists called it the Bloop. At first, it was assumed to be the sound of an ice shelf breaking apart, but the nature of the sound did not match any known geological activity. It bore all the hallmarks of a biological source, except for one impossible fact. If the Bloop had indeed been made by a living creature, that creature would have to be many times larger than the largest known whale. No known species on Earth could produce a sound at such an enormous scale. The Bloop was just the beginning. Over the years, more mysterious sounds have been detected. Some seem to repeat at regular intervals. Others are completely unpredictable. A sound known as Julia was recorded in 1999. Unlike the Bloop, it was more of a whisper, an eerie moaning noise that seemed to drift endlessly across the ocean. It lasted for 2 minutes, emanating from the depths of the South Pacific. Again, no known geological or biological source could account for it. There were no earthquakes recorded at the time, no volcanic activity, and yet, something down there was making noise. Then there was the upsweep. First detected in 1991, the upsweep consists of a series of ascending sounds, almost like an alarm being triggered in the deep. It has been recorded seasonally, occurring most frequently in the spring and fall, though no one understands why. The sound is strongest near an area of volcanic activity, but volcanologists argue that it does not resemble any known sound produced by seismic activity. Perhaps the most disturbing of all is a sound known simply as slow down. Recorded in 1997, it is a deep, resonant noise that fades gradually over the course of several minutes. Unlike other unexplained oceanic sounds, slow down does not seem to be a single momentary event. It suggests movement. Whatever produced the sound did not simply make noise. It changed speed, slowing down as if descending into the abyss. These sounds have fueled endless speculation. Some believe they are produced by massive, undiscovered sea creatures, colossal beings that lurk beyond the reach of human exploration. Others argue that they could be evidence of artificial structures beneath the waves, vast underwater facilities emitting unknown signals. And then there are those who believe these noises could be something even stranger, communications from an intelligence hidden in the ocean depths. There are ancient myths of lost civilizations swallowed by the sea, entire cities now resting at the bottom of the ocean. Could these sounds be the echoes of something once great, something that has adapted to a world of darkness? Some researchers have theorized that certain deep-sea environments could sustain advanced forms of life that evolved independently from anything we know. If such beings exist, they would likely be unlike anything seen before, creatures that have never needed sunlight, that have developed in absolute isolation. If they have been calling out, what are they trying to say? Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of these noises is their consistency. The ocean is an ever-changing, shifting landscape, yet many of these sounds repeat, year after year. The upsweep continues to be recorded. Slow down has been detected multiple times, and every so often, a new noise emerges, something that does not fit any known pattern. If these were simple geological events, they would not repeat with such precision. Some argue that these sounds are remnants of past disasters, echoes of cataclysms that reshaped the Earth long ago. The deep sea is full of sunken ruins, entire landmasses that were once above water. The ocean is not merely a place of mystery, it is a graveyard, a place where history itself has been buried. What if these sounds are the remnants of something lost, a phenomenon we do not yet understand? Perhaps the most terrifying possibility is that we are not the first intelligent species to inhabit this planet. Some of the deepest trenches on Earth are nearly as old as the Earth itself, untouched by the shifting of continents and the rise and fall of civilizations. Could it be possible that something has always been down there, something older than humanity, older than the land itself? If such a species exists, it would have no reason to reveal itself to us. It would remain in its world of silence, observing, waiting. The mystery of the deep ocean is not just what we have not found, but what we keep hearing. Sounds that should not exist, movements that should not be possible. If there is something down there, perhaps it does not wish to be found. Perhaps the bloop was not a creature, but a warning. Perhaps slow down was not something descending into the deep, but something rising. The ocean is a place of secrets, and some secrets do not want to be uncovered. Part 29. The Sunken Worlds, Lost Civilizations Beneath the Ocean. Beneath the waves, where the sun's light never reaches, there are structures that should not exist. These are not the work of nature. No shifting currents or random geological formations could create what lies in the depths. They are ruins. Entire cities swallowed by the ocean, resting beneath miles of water as if they had never existed. For centuries, legends have spoken of lost civilizations, places of immense power and knowledge that disappeared beneath the waves. Some believe these stories are nothing more than myth, exaggerations of earthquakes, floods, or rising tides that consumed ancient settlements. But as technology has allowed us to peer deeper than ever before, we are beginning to find that these myths may have been telling the truth all along. The ocean floor is littered with evidence of structures far older than recorded history. There are remnants of roads that lead to nowhere, temples buried beneath coral and silt, and entire cities that should never have been built in the locations where they are found. In many cases, these discoveries are dismissed as natural formations, yet they continue to defy explanation. The further we look, the more it becomes clear that something was here before us, something that history has long since forgotten. One of the most famous of these lost civilizations is the one said to have existed in the Bay of Cambay, off the coast of India. In 2001, marine archaeologists scanning the ocean floor discovered what appeared to be a city beneath nearly 130 feet of water. They found long, straight roads, carefully placed foundations, and what appeared to be remnants of an ancient temple. But the most shocking discovery was the age of the artifacts recovered from the site. Testing indicated that the city could be more than 9,000 years old. That would place it thousands of years before the rise of the great civilizations of Mesopotamia, long before the pyramids, before writing, before history as we know it. If this city was real, it would mean that an advanced civilization existed far earlier than previously believed. More importantly, it would suggest that something catastrophic must have happened, something that erased an entire people, leaving no record of their existence except the ruins beneath the sea. The discovery of the sunken city of Heraklion off the coast of Egypt adds further weight to the idea that entire civilizations have been lost to the ocean. Once believed to be a legend, Heraklion was described in ancient texts as a thriving city, a gateway to Egypt before Alexandria was built. But for centuries, no evidence of its existence could be found. It wasn't until the year 2000 that divers discovered its ruins beneath the murky waters of the Mediterranean. When they explored the site, they found enormous statues, stone temples, and remnants of a city that had once stood proud above the waves. What caused its disappearance? The ruins show signs of gradual subsidence. Heraklion may have been built on unstable land, slowly sinking into the sea as the years passed. But there are other signs as well, signs of a more sudden catastrophe. Evidence of a massive earthquake and a possible tsunami suggests that the city may have been wiped out in a single day, dragged beneath the waves by forces beyond human control. If this could happen to Heraklion, what else might have been lost? There are those who believe the most famous lost city of all, Atlantis, was not just a myth, but one of these lost civilizations. Plato's writings describe a city of immense wealth and power, a place that existed beyond the known world before being swallowed by the ocean. Historians often dismiss Atlantis as a fable, a symbolic tale meant to warn against human arrogance, but certain locations around the world seem to suggest otherwise. In the Caribbean, off the coast of Cuba, a team of underwater researchers scanning the ocean floor found something shocking. At a depth of over 2,000 feet, they detected what appeared to be an enormous city, complete with geometric structures, pyramid-like buildings, and what looked like roads stretching between them. This was not an area where humans should have been able to build anything. If these were ruins, they would have to be at least 50,000 years old, a timeline that does not fit into any known historical record. The site remains largely unexamined. Despite the initial excitement over the discovery, further exploration has been surprisingly limited. Some claim that the Cuban government has restricted access to the area. Others believe that the structures are nothing more than unusual rock formations. But the images captured by sonar reveal something undeniably artificial. If these are indeed the remains of a lost civilization, it would change everything we know about the history of the world. Even in the depths of the Atlantic, there are strange anomalies that suggest something was once there. The Bimini Road, a massive formation of rectangular stone blocks off the coast of the Bahamas, has long been speculated to be a remnant of an ancient city. The stones, which appear to be precisely laid out in a straight line, resemble a roadway leading into the deep. The scientists argue that they are natural limestone formations, shaped by the sea over thousands of years, but others claim they are the remains of something much older, a civilization that existed before rising sea levels consumed it. The most unsettling part of all these discoveries is the pattern they reveal. These lost cities are not found in random locations. Many of them are near underwater trenches and abyssal zones, places where the ocean floor suddenly drops into unfathomable darkness. Could it be that these civilizations were built near something they feared? Were they destroyed by natural disasters, or by something that came from the depths? Some researchers have suggested that if an advanced civilization had existed before the last ice age, it might have had reason to keep its distance from the land, choosing instead to settle near the ocean. If they had access to technology beyond our understanding, perhaps they thrived on the coasts, only to be wiped out by rising sea levels as the world changed. If that is the case, then the ruins we have found are only a fraction of what remains. The true heart of these civilizations would not be. It would be in the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no human has ever set foot. This raises an even more disturbing question. If there was an ancient civilization that existed before recorded history, what happened to them? If they were advanced enough to build massive cities, why did they not leave more evidence of their existence? Some believe that they were simply erased by time, their knowledge lost as their cities sank beneath the waves. Others suggest a darker possibility, that they did not disappear, but instead retreated into the ocean, adapting to a world without light. What if far below the surface, they still exist? It is possible that we are not the first to reach this point in history. Perhaps others have stood where we stand now, on the edge of discovery, before something forced them to vanish. The ocean holds secrets we may never understand, and perhaps that is by design. Perhaps we are not meant to find these lost civilizations, and perhaps in the darkness of the deep, something is waiting for us to stop searching.
Part 30. The ocean's hidden trenches. What lies beneath the abyss? The ocean is vast, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface. But for all its immensity, most of what we know about it comes from shallow waters, the relatively thin layer of the sea that we can access without extreme technology. The deeper we go, the more alien the world becomes, and beyond a certain point, the environment is so extreme that even machines struggle to function. But what lies at the very bottom? What exists in the great trenches that cut into the Earth's crust, descending miles into eternal darkness? For centuries, the deep ocean was thought to be empty, a barren wasteland too dark, too cold, and too pressurized to support life. But every expedition into these depths has revealed something unexpected. Creatures that seem almost extraterrestrial, animals that glow in the blackness, fish with bodies so fragile that they would collapse under normal atmospheric pressure. If these strange, unearthly beings can thrive at the bottom of the ocean, what else could be living down there? One of the deepest places on Earth is the Mariana Trench, a chasm stretching over 1,500 miles across the western Pacific. At its deepest point, the Challenger Deep, the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, enough to crush most submarines with ease. This is a world where the laws of life as we understand them start to break down, and yet, despite the crushing darkness, something moves in the abyss.
During one of the earliest manned dives into the Mariana Trench in 1960, Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh reported seeing something they could not explain. As they descended in the Trieste, a specially designed deep-sea submersible, they reached a depth of nearly 36,000 feet. Outside their small viewing window, the world was pitch black, the seafloor an endless desert of silt and cold. Then, out of the darkness, they saw movement. What they described was impossible. A fish-like creature, large yet delicate, gliding across the bottom of the trench. It had no reason to exist. No known vertebrate should have been able to withstand the conditions that deep, yet there it was. Before they could observe it further, the machine stirred up a cloud of sediment, and the creature was gone. More recently, remotely operated vehicles have captured footage of things that do not fit our understanding of life. In 2016, a deep-sea expedition into the Mariana Trench recorded video of an unidentified organism, something smooth, almost translucent, with an undulating, shifting body that seemed to flow like liquid despite its enormous size. Scientists have yet to classify it. Other expeditions have reported disturbing anomalies, unknown signals detected at extreme depths, strange movements just beyond the reach of cameras, objects that should not be there. Some reports have mentioned structures, odd formations on the seafloor that resemble artificial shapes, despite the fact that no human could have ever built anything in such a place. Could these be ruins of something ancient, something that existed before the ocean swallowed it whole? Beyond the Mariana Trench, there are even less explored abyssal regions. The Tonga Trench, deeper than Mount Everest is tall, remains almost completely unexplored. The Puerto Rico Trench, one of the deepest parts of the Atlantic Ocean, is the site of unexplained seismic activity that does not match any known fault lines. Some of the most unsettling deep-sea anomalies come from the Java Trench, where divers have reported hearing strange echoing sounds coming from below, sounds that resemble rhythmic pulses, almost like signals. What if something lives in these trenches, something that has evolved separately from the rest of life on? If an ecosystem exists that deep, it would be completely alien to us. It would have adapted to total darkness, immense pressure, and the chemical composition of the deep ocean floor. It would not see the world as we do, nor would it recognize the surface as part of its domain. It would have thrived in isolation for millions of years, untouched by war, industry, or human exploration, and it may have no reason to welcome our presence. The question we must ask is this: if something were down there, would we even be able to recognize it as life? In the past, we assumed that all living organisms required sunlight to survive. Then we discovered hydrothermal vents, massive fissures on the ocean floor that spew scalding, mineral-rich water. Around these vents, entire ecosystems exist, with creatures that do not rely on the sun at all. They survive by harnessing the energy of the Earth itself. If life can adapt to such extremes, then what else is possible? Could something have evolved in the deepest trenches, thriving in conditions that would kill anything from the surface? There are myths that speak of creatures from the deep, beings that rise from the abyss to drag ships and sailors beneath the waves. While most of these are dismissed as folklore, modern reports continue to describe encounters with the unknown. In 2014, an American submarine operating in the South Pacific reported an unusual sonar contact. At a depth of nearly 25,000 feet, they detected movement, something large, moving far too fast for any known marine animal. The sonar readings showed an object that was changing direction rapidly, accelerating in ways that defied physics. The crew could offer no explanation. Even more unsettling are the disappearances that have occurred in deep-sea trenches. In 1968, the USS Scorpion, a nuclear submarine, vanished in the Atlantic under mysterious circumstances. When its wreckage was finally found, it was discovered that parts of the submarine had been crushed, almost as if it had been subjected to an external force. In 1974, a Soviet submarine, K-129, was lost under equally strange circumstances. Some experts speculate that unknown forces may be at work in the ocean depths, forces that we do not yet understand. What if we are not the first to explore these places? What if something has been watching us long before we ever sent machines into the deep? The ocean has always been a place of mystery, but as our technology improves, we are beginning to see things we were never meant to find. Perhaps the greatest question is not what lives in the trenches, but whether it knows that we are here. If something has survived for millennia in the darkest corners of the earth, hidden from light and civilization, then it has remained undiscovered for a reason. It is possible that our increasing presence in the deep sea is beginning to draw attention. And if there is something down there, something vast and ancient, it may not like what it sees. The deeper we go, the more we realize how little we understand about our own planet. The abyssal trenches are not merely unexplored, they are forbidden places, realms of darkness where life has evolved beyond anything we can comprehend. The further we push, the more we risk disturbing something that does not want to be disturbed. Perhaps it is best that we do not explore these places further. Perhaps in the end, we are better off not knowing what waits beneath the abyss. Part 31. The Ocean's Forbidden Depths. What are we not meant to find? The ocean is the final frontier of Earth, a place so vast and so unexplored that even the most advanced technology struggles to comprehend its true scale. Scientists estimate that over 80% of the ocean remains uncharted, and even this number is likely an understatement. The deeper we venture, the more we realize how little we understand. It is not just a lack of visibility or the difficulty of withstanding crushing pressure. It is something more, a feeling, a growing awareness that there are places in the sea we are not meant to explore. There have been whispers among deep-sea explorers, stories that never make it into official reports, accounts of strange movements at the edge of sonar detection, of objects seen in the deep that do not match any known geological formation or living creature. Many of these stories are dismissed as equipment malfunctions or tricks of the mind, but they persist. Those who have spent time in the deep ocean speak of an overwhelming sense of being watched, of the feeling that they are intruding upon something vast and unknowable. In 1968, during a deep-sea dive off the coast of Puerto Rico, a team of researchers using a remotely operated vehicle captured footage of something that defied all logic. The camera, descending toward the seabed at a depth of nearly 20,000 feet, recorded a brief glimpse of a massive moving structure. At first it appeared to be a rock formation, an unremarkable piece of the ocean floor, but then it shifted. It moved as if it were alive, its shape adjusting in a way that no known life form could replicate. And then within seconds it was gone. The footage was later examined by marine biologists, geologists, and experts in deep-sea exploration. None could agree on what they were seeing. It did not match any known organism, nor did it behave like an inanimate structure. The official explanation was that the camera had likely recorded an illusion, a play of light and shadow against the uneven seabed. But those who had been on the expedition knew better. They had seen the movement, they had felt the shift in the water, the disturbance that something massive had caused. This was not an isolated event. Throughout the years, numerous deep-sea missions have recorded anomalies, unexplained sounds, unusual pressure changes, strange readings on sonar that disappear before they can be identified. Some of these events can be attributed to natural phenomena, to shifting tectonic plates, deep-sea currents, or biological activity. But not all. There are cases that do not fit into any known pattern, cases that suggest something far more unsettling. One of the most chilling of these took place in 1997, during a classified military operation in the South Pacific. The details remain largely unknown, but leaked information from former naval officers suggests that an unidentified submerged object was detected, moving at speeds that no known technology could replicate. At first the object was assumed to be a whale or a school of fish, but its behavior did not match anything that should exist in the ocean. It traveled at nearly 400 knots, an impossible speed for any known marine creature or vessel. When ships attempted to track it, it moved erratically, diving to depths that would crush any human-made machine, then reappearing miles away within seconds. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. There have been theories. Some believe these anomalies are evidence of advanced underwater craft, possibly operated by unknown entities. Others suggest that they are remnants of a lost civilization, beings that adapted to the deep rather than perishing on land. The more extreme theories propose that the deep ocean is not simply home to strange creatures, it is home to something else, something that has been here far longer than we have, something that does not wish to be found. If there are intelligent entities in the ocean, how have they remained hidden for so long? The answer is simple. The deep sea is the perfect place to disappear. The pressures at extreme depths are so intense that even the strongest submarines can only descend for brief periods. Light does not penetrate beyond a certain point, meaning anything that exists down there is completely invisible to the outside world. The sheer vastness of the ocean means that even if something enormous were moving within it, it could remain unseen indefinitely. But what if they have allowed themselves to be seen, just briefly? What if the anomalies we detect, the impossible movements, the fleeting glimpses of something that should not be there, are not accidents? What if they are warnings? In 2014, a deep-sea drilling expedition near the Java Trench was forced to abort after a series of unexplained malfunctions. Their instruments, which had functioned perfectly at shallower depths, began failing without warning. Drills stopped working, cameras shut down, pressure readings fluctuated wildly. Then, as the crew prepared to withdraw, they detected a powerful vibration emanating from the trench. It was unlike anything they had ever recorded. A rhythmic pulsing sound, almost like a heartbeat, deep and slow. It continued for several minutes before fading into silence. The mission was classified, and no official explanation was given. Some suggested the vibrations were caused by underwater volcanic activity, but those who were there disagreed. They had felt it, not just through their instruments, but in their bodies, in the very structure of the vessel. It was as if something enormous had stirred beneath them, something vast enough to send ripples through the ocean itself. The existence of such phenomena raises a disturbing possibility that the ocean is not just a place of mystery, but a place of deliberate concealment. There may be things in the deep that do not want to be disturbed, things that have existed in darkness for longer than human civilization has been alive. If these entities are aware of us, what do they think? Do they see us as intruders, as prey, or are they simply waiting, observing, deciding when to act? Some have speculated that the world's increasing interest in deep-sea exploration could provoke a reaction. We are now capable of sending drones, submarines, and mapping technology into places that were once completely inaccessible. The more we look, the closer we get to something we might not be ready to find. If there is a point at which we are no longer meant to go deeper, would we recognize the warning signs? Would we stop, or would we push forward, ignoring the danger until it is too late? The ocean holds secrets that stretch back to the dawn of time, secrets that have remained untouched for millions of years. Perhaps we are not the first to seek them. Perhaps others have ventured into the abyss before us, only to vanish without a trace. The remains of sunken cities, the wrecks of lost ships, the anomalies that continue to appear in the most remote parts of the sea. What if these are not just accidents, but evidence of something greater? Maybe the reason so much of the ocean remains unexplored is not because we lack the technology. Maybe it is because we are not supposed to explore it. And maybe as we push further into the unknown, we will discover why.
Part 32. The vanishing vessels. Ships that disappeared without a trace. The ocean is a vast, untamed wilderness, a place where the rules of land no longer apply. Throughout history, it has swallowed thousands of ships, leaving no sign of their crews, their cargo, or even their remains. Storms, rogue waves, and navigational errors can explain many of these disappearances, but not all. Some ships have simply vanished, lost to the sea in ways that defy explanation. No distress calls, no debris, no wreckage ever recovered. It is as if they were erased from existence, taken by something unseen. The world's oceans are littered with mystery, but some disappearances stand apart from the rest. These are the cases where the loss of a ship is not just an accident, but a riddle, an event so strange that even the most skeptical investigators cannot provide an answer. One of the most infamous cases is that of the US Cyclops, a massive Navy collier that disappeared without a trace in 1918. The ship was carrying over 300 men and a full load of manganese ore when it departed from Barbados, heading toward Baltimore. It should have been an uneventful journey, a routine crossing of the Atlantic, but somewhere along the way, the Cyclops simply vanished. No distress signals were sent, no wreckage was found, the ship was never seen again. What made the disappearance even more perplexing was that the US Cyclops was a massive vessel, nearly 550 feet long, one of the largest ships of its kind at the time. Even if it had sunk due to structural failure, there should have been some debris, floating wreckage, bodies, lifeboats, but there was nothing.
The ocean had swallowed it whole. Theories about the ship's fate ranged from German sabotage, since World War I was still raging, to rogue waves or sudden capsizing, but no definitive evidence has ever been found. It remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries in US naval history, and to this day, no one knows what happened to the ship or its crew. A similar case occurred in 1925, when the SS Cotopaxi set sail from Charleston, South Carolina, bound for Havana, Cuba. The ship was carrying a large shipment of coal, and like the Cyclops, it was expected to make a routine journey. But just days into the voyage, the ship vanished. Its last radio transmission was a distress call, reporting that it was taking on water, and then silence. No further messages, no debris, no sign of the ship ever reaching land. The SS Cotopaxi was gone. For decades its fate remained unknown, becoming one of the many ghost ship stories tied to the infamous Bermuda Triangle. Some speculated that it had been caught in a storm, while others believed something more sinister had happened, something that had taken the ship and crew in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Then in 2020, the wreck of the Cotopaxi was finally discovered off the coast of St. Augustine, Florida. The ship had not gone far from its original route, yet for nearly 100 years, no one had been able to locate it. The wreck was lying in shallow waters, partially buried in sand. How had it remained hidden for so long? And why had no one ever found a single survivor, a lifeboat, or even a floating barrel from its cargo? Even with the wreck discovered, the disappearance itself remains unexplained. If the crew had tried to escape, where had they gone? And why did no one ever find evidence of them in the years after the ship went missing? Perhaps the most chilling aspect of maritime disappearances is that they happen even in modern times. Ships equipped with advanced navigation systems, satellite tracking, and radio communications have still vanished in ways that seem almost supernatural. One of the most disturbing modern disappearances is that of the MV Joyta. The ship was a merchant vessel traveling between Samoa and the Tokelau Islands in 1955. It was carrying 16 crew members and 9 passengers, a relatively small group for a ship of its size. Then, without warning, the Joyta disappeared. It was missing for 5 weeks before it was finally discovered drifting hundreds of miles from its intended route. But when rescuers boarded the ship, they found something deeply unsettling. The ship was completely abandoned. There were no crew members, no passengers, no lifeboats. Personal belongings were still in place. Medical supplies were scattered across the deck, some stained with blood. The ship's logbook was missing, along with the navigational equipment. Even stranger, the ship's radio had been left tuned to the international distress frequency, but its antenna had been broken, intentionally or by force. The ship itself was not sinking, it had been damaged. Yes, but it was still seaworthy. There was no reason for the crew to abandon it, especially since all the life rafts were missing. Where had they gone? What had happened to them, and why had no one ever found a single trace of them in the open ocean? Theories about the Joyta's fate range from piracy to a sudden unexplained panic that led the crew to flee into the sea. But none of these theories fully explain the complete disappearance of every person on board. There were no signs of a struggle, no clear indication of what had caused the crew to leave. It was as if they had simply stepped off the ship and vanished into thin air. And then there are the ships that return, but without their crews. One of the most famous cases of this kind is the Mary Celeste, a brigantine merchant ship discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. The ship was completely intact, with food still on the tables, barrels of cargo undisturbed, and no signs of damage. The only thing missing was the crew. Every single person on board had disappeared without explanation. The lifeboat was gone, but there were no distress signals, no bloodstains, no evidence of a mutiny or attack. The ship's logbook recorded nothing unusual, no sudden storm, no damage to the hull. It was as if the crew had simply vanished mid-meal, leaving everything else untouched. To this day, no one knows what happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste. Some have suggested that a sudden waterspout might have frightened them into abandoning ship. Others believe that they may have been lured away by some unknown force, something that drew them out onto the open sea, never to return. There are too many cases like these, too many stories of ships that disappear without explanation. Some are eventually found, drifting aimlessly across the waves, their crews missing. Others are never seen again. If it were only a handful of cases, it might be easier to dismiss. But there are hundreds, stretching across history. Could it be that the ocean is hiding something far stranger than we realize? Some believe that certain areas of the sea act as gateways, places where the rules of time and space break down. There are whispers of ships that have sailed into a storm, only to emerge decades later, unchanged, as if no time had passed. Others claim that the ocean itself takes what it wants, swallowing ships and crews with no trace left behind. Maybe the truth is even more unsettling. Maybe there is something out there, something vast and unknowable, something that chooses which ships will be allowed to pass, and which will be taken. The ocean is not just a body of water, it is something ancient, something that predates human history, something that does not answer to the laws of man. And for those who dare to cross it, there is always the risk that one day, without warning, they may become part of its mystery. Part 33, The Depths That Should Not Be Explored. The ocean is vast beyond comprehension, stretching across the world in a seemingly endless expanse of blue. But beneath its surface lies something far more alien, a world so hostile and extreme that it seems more like an abyss from another planet than a part of Earth. Humans have only explored a fraction of the deep, and even in that tiny percentage, we have discovered things that defy explanation, creatures that glow in the dark, ecosystems thriving on chemicals instead of sunlight, and ancient ruins lost beneath crushing pressure. But the most unsettling discoveries are not what we have found, but what we have not. There are places in the ocean so deep and so isolated that they have never been touched by sunlight. These are not simply trenches or underwater canyons, they are voids, silent, desolate realms where even the most resilient forms of life struggle to survive. In these places, the rules of biology seem to break down. What thrives in these depths should not exist, and yet it does. For centuries, sailors and explorers have whispered of areas in the sea where the water itself feels unnatural, where compasses spin erratically, and where ships have disappeared without a trace. To some of these places have gained infamy, locations where vessels vanish, only to reappear weeks, months, or even years later, completely abandoned. Others are known only to those who have dared to venture too far, only to return with stories that no one believes. One such place is the Dragon's Triangle, a region of the Pacific Ocean east of Japan. It is said to be the Pacific's version of the Bermuda Triangle, an area where ships and planes have vanished in record numbers. While some claim that these disappearances are due to natural phenomena, underwater volcanoes, sudden storms, or rogue waves, others insist that something far stranger is at work. Japanese records dating back over 1,000 years speak of ships entering this part of the sea, never to be seen again. Fishermen have long avoided the area, speaking in hushed tones of strange lights beneath the water, of voices carried on the wind from nowhere, and of shadows beneath the waves that seem far too large to belong to any known creature. In 1952, the Japanese research vessel Kaiyo Maru Noma 5 was sent to investigate the strange occurrences in the Dragon's Triangle. The ship, along with its 31 crew members, vanished completely. No wreckage was found, no distress signals were sent. It was as if the sea had swallowed it whole. There have been other reports of odd phenomena in the region. Some pilots have claimed to see sudden unexplainable fogs forming below them, while sonar operators have detected massive moving objects that vanish before they can be identified. Even satellites have picked up anomalies, unusual disruptions in the water's surface, as if something large were moving just below. There is another place far to the south that has been called the Point Nemo anomaly. Point Nemo is the most remote location in the world's oceans, so far from land that the nearest humans are often the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. It is a place devoid of life, an expanse of water so desolate that even marine creatures seem to avoid it, and yet, something there has been detected. In 1997, a sound was recorded in the deep waters near Point Nemo. It was not the bloop, the infamous sound that some believe to be the call of an impossibly large sea creature. This was something else. It was low, so deep in frequency that it resonated through the ocean like a ripple through time. It lasted for minutes, an unnatural droning hum that sent chills through the researchers who heard it. No known geological activity could account for the sound. It did not match the signature of an underwater earthquake, volcanic activity, or ice shelf fracturing. It was not biological, either. No marine animal, no matter how large, could produce a sound like this. It was something else. And then it stopped. Since then, occasional pulses have been recorded in the same area. They are irregular, sometimes silent for years before returning. They are always the same frequency, always deep, always impossible to explain. Scientists have speculated that they could be the sound of water moving through deep-sea vents, but even that theory is tenuous. Some believe that Point Nemo is more than just an empty part of the ocean. It is a place where the ocean itself seems different, where the pressure feels heavier, where the water absorbs sound in ways that defy physics. Some have even suggested that it is not simply a location on Earth, but a place that touches something else, something beyond human understanding. The ocean is not just deep, it is layered, and each layer holds its own secrets. The further down we go, the more the world changes. At around 650 feet, we reach the twilight zone, where sunlight begins to fade. By 3,300 feet, the world is in total darkness. But at 10,000 feet and beyond, something stranger happens. The water becomes heavier, denser, almost alien. The creatures that live here are unlike anything found above. Jellyfish that pulse with their own light, fish with transparent heads, sharks that have not changed in millions of years. But then below even that, we enter the hadal zone. Beyond 20,000 feet, there is nothing familiar. No sunlight has ever reached these depths, and the creatures that live here, if they can even be called that, are more shadows than flesh. It is here, in the deepest trenches, that some believe the oldest things on Earth still exist. Life that has never known the surface, life that does not follow the same evolutionary rules as everything else. What if something at the bottom of these trenches is not merely alive, but aware? There have been reports, rare but consistent, of deep-sea vessels encountering something they cannot explain. Sonar readings of moving objects the size of small islands, sudden pressure changes that indicate massive displacement of water, and in some cases, unknown signals. What is most unsettling is that these signals are often deliberate. They are not random noises, not the chaotic sounds of geological activity. They are structured, rhythmic, sometimes even pulsed in sequences. If something in the ocean is sending signals, the question becomes who or what are they meant for? Some believe that we are only now beginning to scratch the surface of something ancient, something that has existed in the deep since before the first humans walked the earth. Others fear that we are already too late, that whatever is down there already knows we are here, and perhaps in the deepest, darkest trenches of the ocean, something is finally stirring. The deeper we go, the more we risk discovering why some depths were never meant to be explored at all.
Part 34. The Abyss Watchers. Are we being observed from the deep? The ocean has always been a place of fear and fascination. It is the one part of our world that remains untamed, a vast and endless void that stretches across the planet, concealing mysteries older than time itself. But what if the greatest mystery of all is not what lies beneath the waves, but the possibility that something beneath them is watching us? For centuries, sailors have told stories of strange lights under the water, of enormous shapes glimpsed just beneath the surface, of movements in the depths that defy explanation. These stories have been dismissed as myths, exaggerations, or the result of human imagination, but the reports have never stopped. Even in modern times, in an age of sonar, satellites, and advanced tracking technology, strange things continue to be seen in the ocean, things that should not be there. In 1963, during a naval training exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, something happened that still has not been fully explained. A group of US Navy ships and submarines were conducting routine maneuvers when one of their sonar operators detected an unknown object beneath them. At first they assumed it was a whale or some other large marine animal, but within seconds, that assumption was shattered. The object was moving, fast, much faster than any known submarine, much faster than any living creature could possibly swim. It was clocked at speeds exceeding 500 knots, more than 5 times the speed of the fastest nuclear submarine at the time. And it was not just moving in a straight line, it was maneuvering, making rapid, impossible turns that defied the physics of underwater movement. The Navy ships tried to track it, but it was no use. Within minutes, the object had disappeared completely, diving to depths that would have crushed any known vessel. The official records of this incident remain classified. But over the years, similar encounters have surfaced, reports of unidentified submerged objects or USOs moving through the depths with impossible speed and precision. In 1991, a Russian nuclear submarine operating in the Arctic Ocean recorded an unidentified sonar contact that seemed to deliberately shadow the vessel. Every time the submarine changed course, the unknown object adjusted its position to match. This continued for over an hour,
with the object maintaining a constant distance just outside the range of visibility. Then, without warning, it accelerated straight downward, vanishing into the abyss below. Some of the most unsettling reports do not come from military personnel, but from deep-sea divers. These are the people who spend hours, sometimes days, submerged in the vast silence of the ocean, where the only sound is the echo of their own breathing. Many experienced divers speak of an eerie sensation, a feeling of being watched, even when they are miles from any other human. Some dismiss it as psychological, a natural reaction to the isolation and darkness, but others have reported something more tangible. In 2013, a group of divers exploring a deep trench off the coast of South America encountered something that left them shaken. They were nearly 700 feet below the surface, far beyond the reach of natural light, relying only on their equipment to navigate the depths. Then a movement, something large, just beyond the glow of their dive lights. At first they assumed it was a large fish, perhaps a shark, or a giant squid, but then as they adjusted their lights they saw it, a shape, massive and indistinct, blending into the darkness. It did not move like an animal. It was too controlled, too fluid, too aware, and then as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The divers returned to the surface shaken. None of them could agree on what they had seen. Some believed it was an undiscovered creature, something that lived in the deep and had never been classified by science. Others were not so sure. The way it had moved, the way it had watched them, it was not the behavior of a predator. It was the behavior of something studying them. There is a theory, one that has gained traction among some researchers, that we are not the first intelligent species on this planet, that long before human civilization rose, before the first cities were built, before we even existed, something else ruled the oceans. What if, instead of vanishing, this civilization simply retreated? If such an ancient species had evolved in the depths, it would have no need for the surface world. It would have developed along a completely different path, mastering an environment that we still struggle to explore. Its technology, its biology, its very way of thinking, would be beyond anything we could comprehend. Could it be that the strange movements we detect on sonar, the lights seen beneath the waves, the objects that seem to observe us from the deep, could these be remnants of that lost civilization? Perhaps they are not lost at all. Perhaps they have been here all along, watching as we build our cities, as we launch our ships, as we send our machines into their world. Perhaps we are the intruders, not them. And what if they have chosen to remain hidden for a reason? There have been reports, classified military encounters, leaked documents, accounts from deep-sea exploration teams that suggest a pattern. USOs are not random. They appear in specific locations, near deep trenches, near fault lines, near places that humans rarely go. Some believe that these locations are not just random points in the ocean, but entrances, gateways to something deeper, something hidden beneath the seabed. In 2018, satellite imaging revealed an anomaly deep in the Puerto Rico Trench, one of the deepest places in the Atlantic Ocean, a formation that did not appear natural, a structure buried beneath miles of water and sediment. When a team attempted to send an unmanned submersible to investigate, something interfered with the signal. The craft lost contact for several minutes, and when it reconnected, its instruments were malfunctioning. The footage it recorded was corrupted, but in the few seconds of clear video that survived, there was something there. A pattern, an arrangement of what looked like artificial shapes, too symmetrical to be natural. It was only a glimpse, but it was enough. Could it be that we are getting too close? That as our technology improves, as we push further into the deep, we are starting to disturb something that does not want to be disturbed. There is a reason the deep ocean is unexplored, not just because it is difficult, not just because it is dangerous. There is something else, something that has kept us away, something that ensures that no matter how far we go, there will always be places we cannot reach. Perhaps it is for our own good, or perhaps it is because they are not ready for us to find them. And if we keep pushing, if we keep searching, if we keep sending our machines into the abyss, what happens when they decide that it is time for them to come to us? The ocean is vast, mysterious, and filled with secrets we may never fully uncover. From vanishing ships and unidentified objects moving at impossible speeds to ancient structures buried beneath the waves, it seems that the deeper we look, the more questions we find. Are we truly alone in the depths? Or is something watching from below,
waiting for us to go too far. One thing is certain, the ocean is not just water and darkness, it holds something far greater, something beyond our understanding. And perhaps, some mysteries were never meant to be solved. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the unexplained, make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss our next journey into the unknown. And let me know in the comments, which mystery do you think is the most disturbing? Until next time, stay curious and be careful what you search for. Some things might just be searching for you too.